justice system. The people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, that's assault, break that up, pop that chair, that's assault, that's assault, break that up, pop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, that's assault, it is, you cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, these people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? Excuse me. Excuse me. That's assault. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly. Stop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault.
Hey, where are you from, ma'am? Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia. Viva Italia, per favore, via la lure, mezzo male, mamma mia, da maledare. Ciacinca, buah. Figlia mia, da fantasia, mamma mia, se faccio tu.
I can't understand her. I think she might be French.
Steal a police car?
Who did that?
Well, okay, where's your guys' vehicle?
Right here.
Ow! What the hell, man? You guys are stealing my car.
Let's go, Marcus.
Jimbo James. Get in.
Are you gonna go with them, Jimbo? You guys forgot Jimbo James. No, are you okay? Did they run you over? Oh, God damn it!
This isn't Jimbo James.
Oh, okay. Where's Jimbo James?
This is Jimbo James.
That's Jimbo James.
Yes.
This is the guy that escaped prison.
He only speaks Cantonese.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nice to meet you, Mr. J. I'm gonna be honest, Marcus. I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting.
He's
but that's
doing
not
his best.
No, he looks like a really nice guy. Do you guys need a?
He's a convicted felon.
No, yeah, I've heard the stories. What? Marcus? What's going on, man?
Nice to see you, Robert.
What are you doing in the middle of the street?
I can't find my Doritos spicy sweet chili tortilla chips.
Did you drop them in the middle of the street? I mean,
I dropped them.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we can just get you a new bag. We don't have to look around here. This is pretty deep.
Watch this.
Okay. Wow, that was very interesting. You're falling through the floor. Yeah, I don't even know how you're doing that. Are you good?
You saved me.
And I'm just trying to help you out. Do you need a ride?
This video of a man.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you guys doing today? It is trial day, 1.0 ending for Lori Vallow. Right? Today's the day they're gonna do all the shit. We had the closing arguments already. Today's the day they're gonna do jury instructions, right? Or they already did that. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. But Laura's up there, and we're gonna see what's going on. Or she was up there. We're gonna get some updates from her maybe later. But it is Karen Reed 2.0. All right. And it's trial day 1 for 2.0. Dad got up super early, as in super late last night. And I'm here because Turd harassed me into it. So here we are. Thank Turd. Thank you, Turd. Turd's been writing songs. You've all been creating things. I'm very proud of all of you. I don't know what to expect today. But I know that, yeah, you really did. You really did. You pressured Dad, and it worked. You bullied me. You bullied me into it. You bullied me half to death. All right? You did. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I hope that you guys are ready and prepared. Okay? I have a lot of thoughts about the Lori Vallow Daybell situation. We'll see how much time we have for that, but I wanted to start an hour early so that I could show you guys a couple of things, get you all fluffed and buffed and ready, and we could have any chit chat and side comment. Now I have to tell you, I am expecting at least something like this to happen today. Sponsored by Taylor Business. Okay, I'm expecting that. I'm also expecting a lot of you to be
High. You're both high.
Okay. And I was not going to live stream this because everybody's doing it. and because it is fucking early. But why the fuck not? You know, Turd really did bully the shit out of me. So why not? You know, just to get her to stop. So here we are. All right. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't give a fuck what you say in chat. All right. If you guys want to fucking rip someone to shit, that's on your accord. If it gets too mean, I guess if Turd gets pissed or if Darley, whoever gets pissed off and has a wrench, they're going to wrench you or hit you with it. Nancy Kerrigan style. Okay. But, unless it's like, I don't know, the N-word or something really mean, like, who cares? You're going to see people in the chat who are like, I think she's guilty. Okay. People are allowed to have opinions. You're going to see people say, I think she's innocent. Just try not to be like, fuck your family or some shit, you know? Just be cool. People are going to have different opinions. And it's okay. It's not the end of the world. All right. What matters is what the jury thinks, and that, you know, everybody does their best. Everybody tries their best and does good. Okay. So, yeah, and Darlene is knee height, you know. No opinions, only lasagna, gabagool. All right. Make sure you eat your fucking food. Get a haircut. You're a mother. So, other than that, this is a safe place. You can say whatever you want, do whatever you want, run around feral. I don't give a fuck. Light each other on fire. I don't care. As long as you're nice to each other and as long as you request the fire, don't non-consensually. You know what? Maybe don't do what you want. I don't know. Self-police yourselves, for fuck's sake. Okay, we're all adults. Hey, speaking of adults, look at this guy here in Austin, Texas, who decided to have baby's day out for adults. Okay, he decided to do this, and I respect it. And I'm interested in what you think.
Swinging from a construction crane high above downtown. This video of a man swinging from a construction crane high above downtown Austin was recorded by Jack Zimmerman Sunday morning. Zimmerman was in a high-rise across from a building known as the Republic. Work crews were back Monday at the 48-story building. The video from Sunday was posted on a social media site and quickly went viral. Among those who viewed the post was Eric Tucker.
I thought that was pretty crazy. I thought maybe it's a new form of base jumping.
Do you think it was real?
No, I thought it was AI. But then again, I don't know. It's just crazy people nowadays.
Several people were in Republic Square Sunday and witnessed the stunt.
I could not watch after I saw him.
I'll tell you this much. It is very real. And this guy was all over Reddit. Somebody filmed the entire thing. Actually, I don't even know if Dylan's seen this. Dylan, did you see what the guy did on the crane? Guy climbed up on a crane and swung. Did they figure out who it was? Is it one of your friends? You saw the video on Reddit? Yeah. I'll try to find the video on Reddit real quick. I think I have time. Let me see if I can pull it's the longest video ever. I legit was like, this is probably one of Dylan's old coworkers or maybe even a comic. I don't know. Yeah, or maybe Dylan. I knew you were in bed when I first saw it. So I kind of took a sigh of relief, but I did. That is some shit you would do. That is absolutely some shit he would do. Okay. This guy climbed up there and did that forever. And oh, it was so like, I'll show you the Reddit video. Give me 1 second. It's so butthole puckering. I cannot. You know, Austin, it really is a weird place. Let's go back so you can see him fly. Look at this dude.
This video of a man swinging from a construction crane high above downtown Austin was recorded by Jack Zimmerman Sunday morning. Zimmerman was in a high-rise across from a building known as the Republic. Work crews were back Monday at the 48-story building. The video from Sunday was posted on a social media site and quickly went viral. Among those who viewed the post was Eric Tucker.
I thought that was pretty crazy. I
Thought it was AI. But then again, I don't know. It's just crazy people nowadays.
Several people were in Republic Square Sunday and witnessed the stunt.
I could not watch after I saw him dangling there because I thought he was going to cut the cable or whatever.
You just thought he was going to jump?
Yeah, I did.
The man made several wide swings from the crane. If you look close, a selfie stick appears to be in one of his hands. And on the crane's arm, there appears to be a second person watching. as the man swings below.
I want to know how he got up there. I mean, and did you see the selfie pole too?
Right.
I want to see his perspective.
There have been other cases of crane climbing in Austin back in September of 2023. First responders brought a man down from a site along 6th Street. A year earlier, at the Republic site, a man was arrested and charged with trespassing. Sunday's incident may be a familiar criminal act, but it was still frightening for those who gathered around a nearby coffee shop.
It was crazy. We were all very scared, just staring up there the whole time, worried he was going to fall, but luckily he didn't, and I guess he got away.
In the climb back to the arm of the crane, you can see that there's a safety line attached to the man. This video from Eve Lessing provides a 700-foot perspective of the escape that followed.
And he climbed himself back up, and then the arms right here that are attached to the building, he climbed over into the building, and then you never saw him again.
I like how this security officer, which by the way, that was a police officer, is just explaining to you exactly how to do it. She's like, well, first he climbed here, and then he went through here, and then he got up there. So if you want to do it, that's how you would do it, but please don't. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, he does have climbing gear. More than likely, this is one of those TikTok sky dancers. I don't know if you guys have seen them, but they're people who climb up really fucking high. And they typically do it in like Russia and a couple of other places. They like to go to like Chechnya and be like, there is radiation, watch me climb. And then they go up and they do some fucking yoga. And then, 2 or 3 of them a year die. And then people go, well, that was fun. And we have a whole influx of like TikTokers and stuff like that now. Look at Ergo with all the hellos. If I was Gray Hughes, I'd be freaking out at you right now, but I'm not. So have fun. So yeah, so many of them around here. Like there was a guy. Didn't a guy do a porn in a Tesla here? I think some guy fucked his girlfriend while driving a self-driving car. And that was a big story. And then we had a guy who covered his car in Christmas lights. And that was a story. And then we got the TikToker girl who convinced a homeless lady to jump in a lake and almost die. And then she faked crying. And that was a TikTok story. So now we got Crane Guy. So I encourage you all, do your OSINT homework and find me Crane Guy. And if it's Marcus, it's expected. It is expected. And as you saw, I did include your morning Marcus for you so that you guys can get all weird and wiggly. All right. Now, here's the thing. I did find the crane footage that someone posted on Reddit. That's pretty spooky dooky. So I will play that for you now. Let me make it nice and big. Okay, there we go. There we go. Check this out. Look at him just flying free. Having a good old time. There he goes. So this person's in the top of a SNT building. And this guy's just flying free, just right there, just a little guy, just boop, 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 with his little stick, his plum awesome stick. So yeah, this is what's going on here in Austin. This is what we're doing. What the fuck are you guys doing, huh? Darlene's out there fucking saving lives. Well, where are you when this guy falls, Darlene? Are you gonna be able to make it to Texas in time? You can't save them all, Darlene. You can't save them all. Is he still there right now? I hope so. I fucking hope so. Who are we kidding? We know this is Gail. Oprah's going to pop up and be like, I made Gail do it. She's afraid of heights. So I made her swing. Since she didn't stay stuck in space, we put her up there on the crane. I want lasagna too. I want lasagna too. Where's Dawn? Where's our little Italian lemon? Where's she at? Yeah, what the fuck? Who is Ernie Birdie? Where is Ernie Birdie, you mean? Good morning, turd. I'm telling you guys, Bird Ferguson needs to happen. You should just merge to become one type of shit. Spice Girls, you feel me? So when I saw old Crane guy over here with the big brains hanging, dangling Krang, I said to myself, this feels like foreshadowing for the trial. Are they going to leave us hanging? Is emotion going to go through and they're going to go, nope, put it off another month? Or you think we're really starting today? Do you think it's really starting? Are we really starting our periods today, kids? Do we need to get our cranberry juice? What do you think? I'm in darkness. Hello. Hello. You put lunch in the air fryer? What the fuck are you making? Tell me. Tell Dad. Pop up your hair. Okay. So yeah, there's a guy dangling in space here in Austin, and that's pretty cool, and you're all jealous. So let's continue with what the fuck else is going on. What else do we have on the repertoire? I don't even know, honestly. Let me see. I had a nice little list for you. Man swings from crane. Ah, yes. So Lori Vallow did her closing statements. Okay. We're starting here. When does Karen Reed shit start? What? 39 minutes. Okay, we have enough time. Yay. Can't believe I did that in time. Usually it take forever. Great. Lori Vallow's closing statements happened the other day. Of course, the prosecution gave theirs. Oh, we're not interested in that. I'm interested in Lori's. I want to hear how she closed it out. Okay. Because that other lady, you know, she's not a first time prosecutor. She's fucking in there. She's doing the dirty work. She knows what she's fucking doing. I trust her. But Lori, I want to know what she said. And so I decided to wait. I was like, I'll wait. I'll watch with the kids. We can all put our 2 cents in. Now, she closed in under 30 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this shit on fast speed so we can hear Tweaky Lori. And let's listen to her go. Let's see how playing lawyer has gone and if she does a good job. And then when we're done, we'll probably have some time to watch some Marcus rolling in the fire. And then we will start the Karen Reed trial. Okay? And that's going to be fun. It's Karen Reed Day. It absolutely is. Okay? Now I'm hoping for a Baby Brian Babyface turn where he snitches on his whole family, just straight up dry snitch. I'm hoping that maybe Hank gives up and admits he's a Zodiac killer. And then it's all done. Lori cried like a little bitch. Excellent. Good. She should be crying. She is a little bitch. All right. Dad's going to try to be unbiased, but I'm probably going to fail at it because here's the deal. I'm not a defense attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. I have no fucking fish in this ocean. I have no stake in this pot. I have no scales in the game. I don't know any of those cliches. But the point is, I don't think she did it. You know, if we have surprising evidence that Hank pulls out of his ass, like, ta-da, here's a video of her doing it and then flicking him off and being like, fuck you, John, and then pissing on him. Okay, then, all right, I believe it. You know, if all of a sudden, you know, they pop in and they're like, hey, here's her plans she typed out carefully on Microsoft Word that we found. And they're authenticated. And we have EXIF data and background data. I'll go, oh, okay. Well, maybe she did. If for some reason, you know, they find wounds suddenly have popped up upon him and they just lost the pictures. Oh, wow, really? Measurements? All of a sudden, everyone becomes a mathematician? Okay. But so far, I don't think so. Now, with Lori, yeah, we're totally allowed to be biased because she fucking did a lot. She did a lot. She did a little too much, you know? And in addition to the horrific thing she did. So, with that said, we're going to watch Lori Vallow's closing statements. Off the crane? No. I haven't seen any. I've just seen videos of him dangling. Now, there is one, it's like really long. It's like 9 minutes. And it's just him going, woo, and just going through the air. And honestly, I kind of want to put some music behind it. That's like, dun, 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 and then just watch it for a long time because he looks so happy. At the same time, I would really like, about Crane Guy. No, I know who you're talking about. I'm still thinking about Crane Guy. Like, what is he? Who is he? Why? I do believe he got down safe. He had a homie up there with him, which is why I think they are sky dancers. Oh, hello, Claudia. I hope you're doing well. Also, Darlene, I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry about your kidney stones, son. And you know what? Insulin, it does suck. You know, I hate needles and shit. I got plenty of friends who took it, and then, like, eventually they didn't have to take it anymore. Now, I don't know how they did that. They started working out a lot. You might have to do some DDP yoga. I don't know if it helps, but I'll tell you this much. I'll do it with you. I'll send it to you, and we can do DDP yoga together. And we'll let Diamond Dallas Page figure it out for us. How about that? And I can feel it, Darlene. I think today's the day. You're going to pass those stones, and they're going to be seamless. Okay? You've been through hell. All right? You've seen bodies. You've seen more bodies than anybody. Remember? You probably got bodies. You probably took out some people. But shh. You know, you're a girl. We don't want you in trouble. Anyway, let's check out Lori's closing arguments, okay? Let's see if she did a good old Elle Woods. Let's see how she did. All right? Probably not very well. She's a little arrogant, and she's not a lawyer. And I'll just tell you right now, I don't know how it's going to end up, just like WrestleMania the other day. But I watched it, and I was like, this isn't as disappointing as I thought. But with this, it's going to be disappointing because, you know, the things she did. So we're just, you know, even if she did good, it's going to be disappointing. If she did bad, it's going to be disappointing because it's like, you know, what an embarrassment to the justice system. But regardless, you know, just hang in there. Let's watch.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The defendant can proceed with her closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state of Arizona has the 100% burden of proving that I committed a crime, a grievous crime, conspiracy to commit premeditated murder of my husband, Charles Vallow.
Grievous. Is that a word? Can someone let me know, is that a word? Thank you.
The state has the burden of proving to you that this event was not self-defense. In your jury instruction under the instruction, use of force and crime prevention, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty. In the law, under your jury instruction titled Justification for Defense of a Third Party, the
Des boyfriend just said egregious Philbin. Just picture that.
Last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. Under your jury instruction titled Justification for Self-Defense, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. In your jury instruction under presumption of innocence, it states, the law does not require the defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. Under the burden of proof, it explains that the state's burden is this. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly
Why is she giving jury instructions? That's not part of your closing argument, right? I mean, I get saying, like, ladies and gentlemen, they are burdened beyond to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, yada 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 yada. But she's just defining it for us, which is kind of what the jury instructions were for. So what the fuck, Lori?
Convinced of the defendant's guilt. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. In Arizona, self-defense is defined as not being a crime. So let's look at what we—
Oh shit, did y'all hear that? Her Texas came out. She said self-defense. Did you hear it? Oh, she never lets her Texas out. I want to hear it again. Self-defense? That ain't not no crime. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Went too far back. Here we go.
Burden of proving to you that this event was not self-defense. In your jury instruction under—
You hear it? This event is not self-defense. Ooh, her Texas is coming out. She's worried.
The instruction, use of force and crime prevention, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, then you must find the defendant not guilty. In the law, under your jury instruction titled Justification for Defense of a Third Party, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. Under your jury instruction titled Justification for Self-Defense, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. In your jury instruction under presumption of innocence, it states, the law does not require the defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. Under the burden of proof, it explains that the state's burden is this. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. In Arizona, Self-defense is defined as not being a crime. So let's look at what we've learned in this trial. We learned that a shooting occurred and that 911 was called, that law enforcement was notified. We learned that fire, EMS, and Chandler police arrived at the scene. We learned that my brother, Alex Cox, came out of the house with his hands up as directed by 911 and was questioned by the police in the driveway. We learned that I came up with my daughter Tylee, and we were told to wait by the car until police would speak with us. We learned from Detective Inklin on the stand that we asked for Tylee's medication from the house for her panic attacks, but it was not given to her. We learned that eventually my brother Alex was taken in a police car to the Chandler Police Department uncuffed. We learned in this trial that my daughter Tylee and I were also taken to Chandler Police Department in a police van. We heard from Detective Inklin's testimony that her goal was to make small talk with us. And
The jury will determine what the testimony did or did not show. Go ahead.
that her goal was to make the small talk with us and all the way to the station so she could speak with us separately before we would talk about what actually happened. We learned that all three of us were separated and taken to 3 interview rooms where we each told police of the events of the day, each from our own perspectives, and answered all questions asked of us. We saw snippets of that interview in the trial here. The state did not show you the entire interview. Most of my police interview is admitted, though, into evidence in this exhibit. It's number 286. And I would encourage you to watch that entire interview when you start your deliberations. It is important. It is important for you to determine for yourselves my demeanor and not listen to anyone else. You can see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears. We heard from several witnesses that because this event was almost 6 years ago, that their memories of the events and statements were probably better back then. Well,
I think this part, fuck. What sucks about this is she's technically opening the door, I think, because she says we've heard from several witnesses, but not Tylee, right? And at that point, I would go, well, why not Tylee if I were the juror? And if the jurors aren't allowed to hear that she fucking killed Tylee and JJ shortly after, then the jurors would go, is that why Tylee didn't testify? And I just think it's a shame. And you can see by the face on the lady in blue that it's a shame. And I truly feel like she says, you can tell by my demeanor, you can see it with your own eyes, sure. But why is it like that? I think she would have, everything she's doing is kind of fucking wrong. She did have one good moment, where she stated, this is what you saw, and that's up to the jury. And then the judge shut down the prosecutor, which is kind of wild. So, we have to presume give her that. That's one win, but everything else is a mess. She spent way too long defining things that had likely already been predefined. How they apply to her case would have been, just the applicability of everything that comes with the burden of proof and her side of it would have been nice to hear. And then a reason why she's acting that way, because if she wants them, does she quote Taylor Swift? I will hit myself in the head with a microphone. What was it, 22? What song? Oh, Lori.
You happened that very morning, and I told the police the events from my perspective at that time. It is admitted into evidence and will answer many of your questions. You did not see Tylee's interview, but we did learn from Detective Inklin that she did an interview that morning as well. You did not see Alex's interview, but we learned that Alex was interviewed that morning by Detective Moffett, the original case agent, whom we did not hear from in this trial. The state chose not to show you those interviews or let you listen to the 911 call.
The jury shall disregard that last statement. Okay, the jury can only consider what was admitted into evidence.
Wow, dude. That was a big no-no. That was a really big no-no. Yeah, we'll make it members only later. You force me into it, you pick the rules, okay? But right now we can't. It doesn't let us. No, you're not allowed any more drain damage. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Dar. That was a huge no-no. Like, the whole point of allowing evidence into a trial and not allowing other evidence in is to say this is what the jury's allowed to consider, and you're not allowed to mention all that other shit. And she does it in the closing argument. That feels like way worse than they treated it. They kind of gloss over it, but I feel like this would have gone over like a fucking turd in a punch bowl in almost any other trial. This judge is giving her a ton of grace, in my opinion.
We learned in this trial from Officer Kautheim's testimony that Alex was injured on the back of his head with a bump, and according to his testimony, a 1-inch laceration. We did not see those pictures documenting that injury as well. We learned in this trial that we did not know, the three of us, that our interviews were being recorded. We learned that Alex's phone was taken by police and put into an evidence bag, according to Detective Duncan, and that no digital copy of Alex's phone was taken by the Chandler Police Department, even though this is their normal protocol. We learned that Alex's phone was returned to him that same day with no further inquiries. We learned that after my interview and Tylee's interview that we were introduced to a victim's advocate and that gave us further instructions in another room where Tylee and I were reunited. We learned that soon after that, all three of us, Alex, Tylee, and myself, were taken in another van and dropped off back at our house. We learned that we were instructed at that time that we could not enter the house yet, that we were directed by law enforcement to take the rental car, since all three of our cars were inside the police tape. We were directed to return later in the afternoon when the scene was cleaned up. We learned in this trial that we did as directed and left the house in the rental car close to 12 p.m. We learned that we did not return to the house until contacted by Detective England to return to the house so that Alex could walk the detectives through what they call a walkthrough. We learned that many detectives were present during that walkthrough with Alex. We learned that Detective Duncan was there, Detective Coons was there, Detective Moffat was there, Detective Werther was there, and an officer with a body cam was there. And yet, we were told by Detective Duncan, the case agent on this case on the stand, that because of some problem, the walkthrough was not recorded. Detective Duncan also informed us that he does not know if any of the people present wrote a report about it. We can infer from Detective Duncan's testimony and the fact that we don't have an evidence, any body cam footage of the walkthrough and no reports talking about it.
Objection. I bet there's going to be an objection.
That there are none, even though this would be crucial evidence for you, the jury, to have.
Sustained. The jury should disregard that comment. Again, the jury can only consider evidence that was admitted into testimony.
This judge is very hard on the S's, like a snake, and it's hurting my ears. I just want to say that I want to vocalize my pain.
I'm sorry, testimony that was admitted into evidence or exhibits that were admitted into evidence.
The state of Arizona has the obligation to show you evidence to prove that this event was not self-defense, as stated by the only three witnesses. So why not show the jury all the evidence that they gathered?
Again, sustained. The jury can only consider the evidence and testimony that was admitted into evidence.
We learned in this trial that Alex fully cooperated with law enforcement. We learned that my daughter Tylee fully cooperated with law enforcement. We learned that I fully cooperated with law enforcement. We learned that law enforcement treated all of us that day kindly and courteously on July 11th, 2019. That law enforcement treated us that day like this was self-defense. We were not given instructions to stay in town. We were not given instructions that we were under investigation of any kind. On July 11th, 2019, we were interviewed by Chandler Police and released with no further instructions. We learned that Chandler Police put out a press release that day on July 11th.
I'll sustain that objection to the extent the jury is to determine what the facts did or did not establish.
Under Arizona law, I had the right to self-defense. Tylee had the right to self-defense. Alex had the right to self-defense. This event was not planned or expected. It was shocking. We learned in this trial that Chandler Police Department neglected to do a thorough investigation. We learned that they did not swab Alex's hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab my hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab Tylee's hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not luminol the gun. We learned that they did not luminol the bat. They did not test the DNA on the bat that they collected. They did not test the floorboard. They did not test the projectile. They did not test my husband's shirt. They did not search the rental car. They did not search any of our 3 cars that were there at the scene. They did not test the gun until over 5 years later.
I'm about to say something. It's maybe controversial. I don't know. I'm just curious. Am I an asshole or a dickhead for thinking this? Or not even that. Do you agree with me? Like, is it weird that she says my husband, my husband, my husband, if she's like the victim of this serious situation? Like, you know what I mean? Like, domestic violence clearly is what she's trying to prove. He had like a temper with Tylee. You know, he's fighting with her brother. There's a bat involved. She's terrified of him. Like, why is she being so possessive of her husband? Usually I don't like to point out behavioral traits or like analyze people who are clearly fucking psycho, but like just in general, she seems still wanting to connect to this guy who did something fucking horrible like that. If it was self-defense, I feel like this is kind of a weird it's just weird the way she's so possessive of him still. Like, you're married to a totally different guy now, right? And he was super abusive, so why do you still drive home my husband? Why get jealous at your husband's date from mormonmingle.com or whatever the fuck? It's weird.
The Chandler Police Department did treat this event just like it was self-defense and a tragic family event. We learned in this trial that Charles and I were obviously having marital problems. Regardless of what was happening in our marriage at the time, on July 11th, this was self-defense. When Tylee came out with a bat to protect me, her mother, Charles did not have to take the bat from Tylee and start swinging. At 62 years old, Charles had a choice that day and could have put the bat down. A 2-minute period changed our lives forever. How are you supposed to choose between 3 people you love? Your husband, your daughter, your brother?
If she wasn't there, also agreed. Like, I'm glad a homegirl jumped in with a quick, I didn't even hear objection. She's just like, she's testifying at this point. She might have said objection, but like, fucking finally, because she done been testifying. She's testifying like she's at church, like it's Sunday fucking service. Which, speaking of, oh my God, Kanye. If you thought his tweets were crazy before, holy shit. He dropped some wild shit this morning. We're not even going to get into that right now, but goddamn. He might need a 5150. I don't even know if he can get one. He might be too rich for a 5150, but by God, he needs one. And I don't say that lightly. Like, it's bad. Yeah, I don't think so either. And also, I mean, yeah, exactly. Great point. Yes. And after the insurance calls and the way she treated Kay Woodcock and just all of this, the entire situation here where she's saying it was 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes. If they had gone in that 2 minutes, it's like, bitch, you weren't there. I thought you said earlier you weren't there. So how do you know that? How do you know that, Lori, if you weren't there? How do you know what happened? It's fucking wild.
All
Yeah,
right.
poor Colby, dude. Oh,
Hold on. All right. I'll caution the defendant not to testify about things that were not entered into evidence.
I'll tell you what Colby. Oh my goodness, no. Colby's a sweetheart. Don't quote me on that. Kanye, I'll tell you what we'll read the tweet after this. We'll have time before the beginning of the Karen retrial because that starts in 16 minutes.
How can you decide for another person if they feel threatened? Why does the state want to blame to someone?
It's a reasonable person standard, not the standard of the person.
I'm sure you'll point that out in rebuttal. I'll allow the argument as that inference. Go ahead.
Why does the state want to blame someone for this tragic event? What evidence did the state show you in this trial that I wanted harm to come to my husband? We learned in this trial that I was praying for my husband. We learned in this trial that even though my husband and I were having marital issues, that we were both trying to do the best things for our son with special needs, JJ. We learned in this trial that
This is pissing me off. I bet this, I couldn't watch what Colby said. It would make me cry, but I bet this pissed him the fuck off because I'm fucking pissed right now.
I was shocked that Charles had changed his life insurance policy, but I was not angry as the state alleges. In the phone call we heard from the insurance company, we heard that I was disappointed for our children, our grown children, as well as our children still at home, but I was not angry. My husband, Charles, was providing for our children still at home. I had no motive to change that. We heard a lot in this trial.
I had no motive to change that? What the fuck?
About the Book of Mormon prophet named Nephi. This is the state's evidence to murder over self-defense, and it is utterly ridiculous. We heard from Detective Duncan, who admitted on the stand that he had no idea what I meant in the text message when I said, we will be like Nephi. In Mormon culture, Nephi signifies strong faith, perseverance, and courage.
What the again? Like, she's not allowed to say any of this. This is not entered. She's only allowed to talk. That was not entered into the court. You can't talk about Nephi and Mormon. She's trying to fucking lead the jury to eternal Mormon salvation. And honey, we all saw Big Love. We're not into it right now. You're scaring us. Okay, you're scaring us. You're scaring the jury. You need to fucking chill. No one gives a fuck who Nephi is right now. All right. We're trying to figure out why you did the things you did to the guy that you keep calling your husband, even though you immediately remarried. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Right. Sustained.
The state's attempt to misconstrue the positive text message about a wonderful religious figure, Nephi, and try to turn it into an order to kill someone is absurd. This is an attempt by the state.
I would argue that it's more absurd that you called your ex-husband Nephi. You named everyone in your family after the Bible. And then you gave biblical metaphors about killing them. And then you did kill them. So that's pretty weird, Lori. You're pretty fucking weird. Good morning, Satan. Look, it's your favorite person.
To try to retrofit a crime that doesn't exist. This event was not.
Satan, it's the bitch who's going to be cleaning your toilets one day.
Not a crime. It was a tragedy. Don't let them turn my family tragedy into a crime. When I'm done speaking to you.
Don't let them turn my family tragedy into a crime is the quote of the year from the woman who murdered fucking half her fucking family. Like, wow. Damn. This is nuts. Like, I mean, we know that. But like, this is just rich. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's rich. Like, oh, the financier. Jesus, girl.
The state gets to get up and rebut all that I've told you. They've got to have the last word, so to speak, because it is 100% their burden to prove to you that I can.
No, honey, it's because it's fucking closing arguments. And that's how the justice system works. That's how court works. Okay. They didn't teach you that in pro se school.
Committed a crime. And you won't be allowed to hear from me again. So I want you to remember that it is the state's job to prove to you that I committed a crime. And if you have not seen the evidence that leaves you firmly convinced that I have committed this very crime, then the state failed to show you the evidence that you need. Because I did not commit this crime. The only interview the state entered into evidence is mine. So
this bitch just held up Post-its like she's actually Romy and Michelle. I'm very concerned. Yeah, also same. Was it heart problems? I don't believe it now. I want to find out where in Austin she lived and what plants were there, because this bitch is on a whole different fucking vibration, dude.
I encourage you to go watch it. I told you just what happened that day, just the way it happened. The state put forth a bunch of evidence in this trial in an effort to make you dislike me, to try to attack my character.
Honey, that's not what made us dislike you. It's not what made anyone dislike you. It's the fact that you're pro se. No one likes pro se. All right. Unless you're Peter Tragos or Papa Tragos, no one wants to hear you do pro se. All right. Fucking no one wants that shit. Nobody. Like, my cousin Vinny was good because it was funny and because it was Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei, and because we knew it was a movie. If that shit really happened and they did it with the fucking caucasity and the tone in your voice, ma'am, and then started trying to talk to us about fucking Nephi, That wouldn't go well for anyone. That's why they hate you. It's because also because you murdered someone.
So that you would just say guilty no matter what evidence they showed you. But only you get to decide. The state put up witnesses that had zero knowledge of a conspiracy. The state did not show you evidence of an agreement to commit murder. They showed you evidence of a family tragedy, and then they showed you the sad effects of a family.
Yo, that's a good point, Darlene. Exactly. She's like, y'all, they weren't there. Bitch, you weren't fucking there, right? Isn't that your story? Bitch, you weren't there.
Family torn apart because of that tragedy.
Yo, the lady in blue looks spooky dookie. She looks like, she's like, oh shit. Whew.
All right. The state does have the burden, so they have the right to open and close the argument. Do you want to give a rebuttal close? Go ahead.
The execution of Charles Vallow is not a family tragedy. There is nothing that you can say about shooting a man as he lay on the ground that you can try to construe in any way to make that a family tragedy. This case is about the defendant, not Alex Cox. Alex is involved in it because that is her co-conspirator. We are not here to determine his guilt.
Okay, look.
Albeit it is quite obvious.
We know she's going to spray fucking Lori with she's gonna spray her with some fucking poison. All right, she's gonna get that bitch. I'm not worried about her. I just want to see Lori's closing argument. She did a piss poor job, and frankly, good for her for doing a piss poor job, because now she'll be in jail somewhere else. Should any other jail fall through first, she's probably gonna be in lots of jails. She's gonna get transferred a lot. She's gonna spend the rest of her life doing prison hair, and that's it. You know, I don't think she's gonna win any of these. I think they're gonna dig up more shit. I think she killed more people, probably. I think she poisoned her ex, probably. I have nothing to go by that. This is just based on personality alone and me being irresponsible. But I think she did some shit to him. Just look at the patterns. This is definitely a Black Mormon widow. You feel me? Like, this is a Black Widow situation. This is a lady that had too much Folgers crystals in the morning, okay? She had too much. She watched the wrong soaps. Something happened, all right? I don't know who slipped what to her. I don't know if maybe the Bible is dangerous sometimes, in the wrong hands. She got a hold of that shit and she said, fucking my ex-husband's Nephi. Everybody fucking sucks. Everyone's a zombie. I'm God. Follow me. And it's like, no, we're not going to do that, Lori. You got that sun and vibe. All right. And we're beyond that. We've moved on. We get our tips done at places. You're still sunning in your hair. And I mean, no shade if it's the 90s, but come on, girl. She is eating Tide Pods. She's definitely, she's keep bumping Ovaltine. She's fucking snorting Ovaltine off of keys. She's on that tang. All right. Kate, thank you for being a new member. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, dude, you can't get into the psyche of Chad because that psyche is just, I mean, you know, a lot of the shit in his books is shit that's actually ripped from really wild ass message boards from the late 90s. And I don't think any of those are his. Like, I think he plagiarized a lot of his shit. So if Chad is her homie prophet or whatever that's going to take her to Poontang land or whatever the fuck she wants to do, he plagiarized a lot of it. That was a good one, babe. So, good for Arizona for putting her away, because she's fucking crazy as shit. I hope Colby has a good life and can move on from this. Now we have 6 minutes until Karen Reed starts. Do you guys want some more Marcus? Do you want a couple more Marcuses to lead up to Karen Reed while I prep? While Dad takes his prep? You guys want to bug chase Marcus? We're gonna get
it goes well for the rest.
We're so gonna get canceled. I don't even think people can cancel us, but they'll try. Okay. Because I can already tell you guys are messy as fuck. You want some Bobo, dude? All right. We can do a minute of Bobo, 2 or 3 Marcuses, and then trial starts. All right. Here you go. And then we'll also sage Karen with the Guantanamera dog. All right.
Bobo
Here we go.
Bugsnug here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. But you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they have, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
He's just about lurking and creeping. Okay, we got 3 minutes, guys. We're going to do we're going to be able to knock out at least 3 Marcus videos before Karen. You guys ready? Let's fuck it up. Here we go.
Rest of the night. And I think you'll have a great performance. Great show.
You want some shrimp?
Marcus? What the hell are you doing? Marcus, this is not the best time, dude. I'm here with the mafia kingpin of town, Marcus. This is really not the best time.
Look, big guy. Don't worry. He's a good little gator.
He's a good guy, you tell me. I should trust him.
Remember the times we've had.
You know Donnie G, the crime kingpin of
The
town?
shrimp, the seafood ball.
It was a good time. The seafood ball. We danced and put on a show for an audience. It was spectacular.
Wow. Marcus, you know everyone. What the heck?
I got the moves, Robert.
Yeah.
Boopity bop.
Marcus?
Oh, you know this person?
Yeah, that's Marcus. Marcus, what the hell are you doing in this haunted ass
there,
place?
Robert.
Hey, Marcus.
I'm here looking for the nearest Walgreens.
You're looking for I'm gonna be honest, I don't think they have a Walgreens.
Oh my god, he's Lori. Holy shit.
I have a 25% off coupon per canned soup.
I need 1 second. Sorry, this is my friend. He gets.
You also want some soup?
I don't know if this is like an analogy for something, but Marcus, I don't think they have a Walgreens in the Resident Evil 4 village.
Canned soup.
I know what soup is. I know what soup is. Marcus, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they have it here.
They have chicken.
I mean, they might have chickens. Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup.
No, there.
You want soup?
Marcus.
Okay. All right, we got to do this. We got to do the Karen. We got to do the Karen retrial. It's starting. I don't need everyone up my snatch because I fucking started too late. All right. Where is it? Where did I fucking put it? Here we go. And we get the fucking fan. Great. Excellent. This feels strangely familiar. Do you guys got that nostalgia? Are you guys ready? I said, are you guys fucking ready for... Fucking WrestleMania, dude. WrestleMania. Slam your White Claws. All right. Get your canned soup out. Go to Walgreens, get flip-flops. It's time. All right. We're about to marry Ragnora. Are you guys fucking ready? Is Madam Court Reporter going to be back? I don't know. It looks like they got a hotter, younger court reporter. Uh-oh. What if they made it like Total Divas and everybody fought? They're like, oh no, they've got new, younger talent. No one's hotter than Madam Court Reporter. I do apologize. I deserve to be socked in the throat for that. And that's my bad. I do want to let you guys know, I don't plan on interrupting this a lot. I kind of want to let it play through so that people, again, don't jump in my snatch hole. But if you want me to pause it and talk shit, you know what? We'll let you decide. Do you want me to take random short pauses to talk my shit? Put 1 if you want that. 2 if you want me to completely shut the fuck up until there are already long pauses. And 3 if you want me to have random outbursts that are long and filthy. So 3 for random, long, filthy outbursts. 1 for random, short bursts of shit talk. And 2 for me shutting the absolute fuck up and not fucking up your vibe. All right? 2 is me shut the fuck up. 1 is me give you my shit. 3 is me go off the rails and say things that will probably get me arrested. Sidebars, outburst, definitely not 2. 1 and or 2 and or 3. Okay, 1 and 3 combo. Sounds like you guys are in it for the shit talk. Okay. I will also show you talking. You want me to shut the fuck up and talk too much? Okay, excellent. I was already doing that. Pedal to the metal. None of your business. Is that shade? Are you secretly voting for 2 and you don't want Dad to know? Less 2 than 1 and 3. Okay. You're here for the commentary. All right. You say very mean things. All right. You know, I think that Bev looks like a Dilbert comic, right? Like her hair is terrible. She looks like a fucking lamp. You ready? Darlene's going to tell us about all the severed penis. Listen, if this trial for a woman's life gets boring as fuck, we will pull Darlene up and have her tell us more severed penis stories, and or Mia Bito, who can tell us about reattached penis stories. You know what? That's a really good idea. What if we have Mia up with Darlene sometime? The severed, like the unsullied and the sullied, right? Like attachable penis and then detached penis. We can pick a topic and have you guys go head to head. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's right. That was wordplay. What's up? Pun intended. Done no wrong and the Commonwealth is evil. Match my vibe, turd. Turd, can you please, turd? Ernie would like to speak to you on aisle 3. Can you please match her vibe? Bitch, match her vibe. What Wendy said. I want to watch at 1.5 and talk. We want it all, says Darlene. My God. I killed them all, says Darlene. I don't need to know about other penis. Okay. Now, that's a conflict I'm here for. Me and Darlene. Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'll raise your vibe, Ernie, and say the McAlberts are going to implode. I say Colin comes back with silver teeth. I think baby Brian is going to come back neutered. And I think that what if the Nagel comes back and she's like on Ozempic and she's like, hi, I'm just here feeling my best. And she like flips her hair and she looks gorgeous. And she's like, oh, yeah. Oh, man, I was lying in that last trial. That's my bad. And then she just spills all the beans and becomes everyone's favorite. Then what? What are you going to do? You throw me under the bus? Also, I've been speeding up everyone in the trial. It doesn't work. It's not as good. They need to be slowed down. Sped up. Yeah, sped up skinny Nagel. It's just like Bethany from Real Housewives, and I can't handle it. What was her name? Was it Bethany, the one who has the skinny drinks? That one. She bothers me. She's like, I've decided to put salt back into my diet. It's like, bitch, I don't care. You don't need to TikTok that. Nobody. This fan is what do you call it? Hypnotizing me. Hip. Is it dusty? This fan is Dusty Rhodes. They can't even fucking clean it. It's gonna be on camera the most in the trial. They can't even fucking clean the fan. This is fucking. Did they get Wi-Fi in the courtroom? Does anyone knows? Does anyone knows? Depends on how good your lasagna is. Do you want me to call Dawn Marie? She said I'm not allowed to put olives in it anymore. She says it's not gabagool. It's really difficult to not react to this craziness. I'm so happy you're here with us. Say whatever and whenever. I will read a manifesto. All right. I will try to implement what is it? What are they called? Democratic socialist ideology into you. I will give you kids the 5G. All right. Bethany Franklin, that one. No, Frankel. Close, Darlene. But thank you. You triggered something in me. Bethany Frankel, that one. I prefer the one with crazy eyes. What was her name? The blonde hair. Her daughter was so embarrassed by her. Her daughter's like, I've gone conservative because you're too much. Ramona. Oh my God. My favorite is Countess de Lesseps, though. I mean, she married that fucking ugly guy. She can have whatever she wants. White noise and fans dirty is, and so is the point. And so is the paint dirty. Yeah, it's all just filthy. It's just filthy. Everybody's like, this is where Sacco and Vanzetti happened. And I'm like, man, the Rock and Sock connection was great. That's all I have to say about that. I worked in care. I've seen more male bits and I've eaten hot dinners. Oh, shit. As long as you haven't eaten hot male bits. Or maybe that's good. Maybe that's a good thing. Thank you for your service. I want to see Bev in a silver bracelet. Is that a phrase? Like I said, uh-oh, the fan broke. The fan broke. The cord is dirty. I know. I just want to run my finger over the top of it. The fan's broken. Long crime broke it. Here we go. All right, kids, get your vapes out. Get your notepads, get your vapes out. No notes today. I'm not controlling the notes. This is all the Lauren Crime Channel. No, look, the fan is back. How wonderful. What they don't tell you is that they've actually reversed the fan. The whole time you thought the Sally Port footage was reversed, it wasn't. It was actually long crime. This fan is reversed. It's actually going the other way. It's not supposed to be going that way. No big deal. No notes today. No notes. No notes. Not here. Oh, shit. Let's go, says Reggie Ray. The Commonwealth have notes all the time. Are we going to be are we doing the Boston accent? Got to get in it. Got to get in it. What are you on your fucking period? What are you on your fucking period? Because fuck them. The hammer. Because fuck them. Just white glove it. What does that mean? If my sound cuts out, is my sound cutting out or is it okay? If it's piss poor, I will yeet myself out the fucking door right now. Do you understand? What does white glove it mean? Is that a thing? Darlene said it. What does it mean? Darlene, are you threatening me? Oh, you hear that? Oh, yes. You hear that? Familiar beep, 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 beep. I prematurely ejaculated with the let's go, the fantasy me. Well, you gotta come. Everything is inverted. Well, Darlene, that could be the kidney stones. Dirty Court. Yes. Yo, that'd be a great show. Dirty Court. It's just people talking filthy. Like it's a court, but you're allowed to cuss and say what you want. I can't vape at work. All that can, please double vape for me. Wendy. This was for you, girl. Thank you for working. I'm sure you're doing something important. Contributes to society. I appreciate it. Young lady, I appreciate you. No, just in general, the Commonwealth have been messing with the live feeds. Oh, they're tinkering with the thermostat? Is that what you're saying to me? Test to see if it's clean. What, the fan? I don't want to touch that fan. I ain't touching no fans. You touch the fan. OnlyFans. It'd be funny if this fan put up an OnlyFans and they just like put little outfits on it. Never eaten any because I don't like gristle. Damn, Kate. Damn. Damn, look at this fan. It'd be cool if the trial could start. We could be watching Marcus right now, but this fan is playing. Are we early? Did we start too early? Like, what's going on? If it starts at 8:30 and I spend 20 minutes missing Marcus, I'm gonna get pissed because I wanted to watch Marcus videos on repeat all day. So, you know what? If they pop on, then I'll take it down. Let's just go ahead and do this right now if we can. Let's go ahead and bless everything. All right, here we go. This is blessing the trial of Karen Reed 2.0. Here we go. May everything go well.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, Hanta Manjara, Mangalangalingilongo, Tiki Tiki Tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
I really can't miss that concert. That's why I got all these feathers in my hair. I bought clothes for the concert. I set up hotel rooms for the concert. It's not just a concert. I really can't miss that concert. That's why I got all these feathers in my hair. I bought clothes for the concert. I set up hotel rooms for the concert. It's not just a concert. It's
like a fence, I wanna break free. All I want is the wind in my hair to face the fear but not feel scared. Oh, wild horses, I wanna be like you. Throwing caution to the wind, I'll run free too. Wish I could recklessly love like a
Here is my baby doggies. One of them is Muslim, the other one is gay, and today we're gonna measure them. Let's see how long are you now. 1, 2, 2 middle finger long, and you 1, 2, 2 middle finger and a half. You are very cute boy, gay, little bit LGQHD TV candidate, but it's okay. I still love you. You can be what you like because you are a dog. And you always itching because try to clean yourself. Stop twerking in the dirty. They are always twerking in the dirty, and they do this in the garden, and he digging, and he make the holes. One is making the holes, and this one is looking for holes to penetration. Find your goals before they penetration your holes, stupid.
Hey Stacy, do you want to go out sometime?
Holy shit. What the fuck are you doing here?
Hello.
Hey. How have you been, Marcus?
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, not at all. We
No,
weren't
it's
doing
fine,
anything.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you like gonna say anything or?
You gotta watch out, Robert.
Okay, why is that, Marcus?
This place is a dangerous place.
Aren't you a wanted felon?
I don't like this one.
What? Wait, why not?
What's wrong? What's wrong with him?
A lot, but like, you know, why not?
Are you going in the Don't do that! He's killing himself. He does this sometimes.
No.
Okay.
The pain.
I'm trying to. You have your arms. Can't you fucking...
I'm in agony. Robert Malecki.
Rob, I don't know. Marcus, come here, please.
Marcus, why'd you jump in the fire?
Ah, you're so cute. Oh.
You saved my life.
Yeah, I did. Oh, okay.
Listen here, Robert. I know you might be skeptical. This one's a keeper.
You just told me that I should avoid him.
That's a good one.
Okay, but you, like, so, do I keep him or do I not? He's not even gonna fucking say anything. He's just gonna walk away. Why is he running?
He has his people to go to, I guess.
Does he fly?
Bye, Marcus.
All right. Welcome, Ryan. Welcome, Sherlock Ho. A creative clause at this point. Look at that fan go. Look at that fan fanning things. Hey, you kids, ooh, it just started. Hey, in case you guys forgot, you can also check out shrimptits.com. Turd, you kids, you're fucking geniuses. Okay? That's all. All right, back to this.
2CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
So, good morning. I see all counsel are present is Ms. Russell. Nobody said anything to Mr. Clerk about needing to see me, but I received 4 motions over this weekend that I assume we need to at least talk about briefly. Commonwealth's motion regarding defense opening statement. I think the first 2 motions we can do quickly. I'm not issuing an order, Mr. Brennan. The defense knows third-party culprit will not be in the opening. If you think that their opening goes beyond it, you can object. Defendant's opposition to the Commonwealth's request for use of independent readers, because there's an objection, the defendant's motion's allowed. So you will not have an independent reader. Is it fair to say that the 3rd and 4th motions, Commonwealth motion to enforce compliance with court's April 16th ARCA discovery order and the Commonwealth's motion to preclude new...
All right, they're doing motions real quick. We're going to take one moment. We're going to comment on it. What the fuck, Bev? What happened to her hair? She's got New Orleans hair, you guys. She was in the Big Easy, you guys. She was getting those beads. You feel me? Look at that hair. Look at that hair. Also, is she in a turtleneck? Is that a smock, Beverly? Those curtains need to be fucking ironed. You're a mother. Let's continue.
Expert testimony, or alternatively to continue the trial date, that those motions will take a little bit of time, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be long in my argument.
I think that I need more information on one of them.
First side of the day,
I
Brennan.
think we'll do that at the end of the trial.
Someone keep track. I'm going to write this down myself. First side of the day goes to Hank Brennan. I'm going to put it at 1.25. Excellent. It is. First side of the day to Hank Brennan. Did not see that one coming. First side of trial 2, Hank Brennan. Mark it 8, dude.
I mean, at the end of today, we'll hear both these motions. Mr. Jackson, I did see that a list of text messages 100 or so is in your response to my order on Friday. Did you provide the text messages themselves? All right. In light of that and the fact that we don't have time, the juror's been waiting for some as many as 3 weeks now, I'm going to prohibit you from mentioning ACA in your opening statement. And then we'll deal with this later today. I ordered those text messages and they weren't delivered. So we're going to be bringing the jury in. I'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Heard on that, I think the court respectfully may be factually incorrect on a key assumption of what Your Honor is ruling.
5 minutes, Mr. Alessi.
Mr. Jackson's going to give you the facts. I would like to hear the law back.
That's more than 5 minutes. I'll see you at sidebar. Come up here.
Okay, so she wants to preclude ARCA mentions in the opening statement, which is kind of insane because that's, I wouldn't say the backbone of their statement by any means, but I think it's like the middle of the backbone. It's a half a bone. It's a nice disc. She's trying to slip out. I think that's kind of fucked up. Don't slip my disc, bro. You know, like, that's not good. So prohibiting ARCA in the opening statement, real bitch move, Bev. Didn't expect that. However, kind of redeemed herself because the first sigh of trial 2 goes to who? Who got the first sigh? Hanky Brennan. Hanky Brennan. This is important. First impressions are everything to the jury. First impression here, Hank's got her goat, dude. She's not into Hank. She sighed. Oh shit, he's the nerd. You know what I mean? Who's the nerd in this class? Fucking Hank. The teacher's already pissed off at him. She's already sighed. She's like, oh, this kid. Where's Madam Court Reporter 1.0? She's out, dude. She's out. She's getting tattoos. She's riding her Harley. She's on her way to a fucking Hell's Angels run. Okay. She's got bodies to bury. Don't worry about what she's fucking doing. They have her understudy today. Who's been practicing? Who's been singing? Barbara. She's been waiting for this whole fucking life. Erin O'Keefe is there. She is there. I wouldn't say standing by her man, but standing by, you know. Who else is here? Who else is here? Single file line. Can they even open? What? What do you mean? Look at all. Wow. Everybody. Wow. All these people are dressed alike. Wow. This is a different guy. Who is this fucking fellow? Who's this guy? Who's old Jim Belushi? Did homeboy get some backwards Ozempic, or is this a new guy? I mean, no hate to our thick boy in the back. He seems to know the old one here. Is this a gang meeting? Sidebar. She's being her usual self, but she couldn't wait to get fucking what's his nuts up there? Alessi. Yessie. She said, Yessie, can you come up here? I need to see you. Hi, it's me. Imagine if Beverly had that accent. Hi, hey, Mr. Alessi. Can I like talk to you up here? Like, so like, are you gonna like bring that guy around again or what? Like, because he's been texting me. Like, what if this was Euphoria? You know, who would Bev be? Everybody's hungover. Everyone's shredding documents. What are you talking about? This is Boston. Have an intern. Yeah, I think this guy, is this a Harvard intern? From Harvard? Look, he's got the dual screen attachment. I've always wanted one of these. I used to have one. The one I had sucked, but they have you do it by USB. I respect this man. This tells you, and also definitely not a MacBook. Appreciate you. He's very smart. I like him. You can feel the energy in that room. Shit, bitch. Tell us what happened at the crime scene. Could you feel the crime scene talking to you? This is the crime scene. Tell me what it's saying. It's one of the law interns. He's got a nice blue tie. I trust him. Everyone's jumpy. Well, they're all fucking jumpy because Bev's on her fucking period all the time. You know, she could snap at any moment. Every single person that walks into this room is risking getting fucking doxxed. You feel me? The whole internet's just looking around like, who's this fucking dude? Who's this bitch? Where is she? Let me go find a Facebook. Let me harass her job. Like, everybody's fucking nuts. Aaron's sitting next to Paul. Maybe they work something out. My name is Paul. This is between y'all. Okay. Like Catholic Church now. I knew it. It's going to be this all morning. What if we just go do a crime? What do you kids want to do? You want to go rob a bank? What are we doing? I don't want to look at the fan. Is that Craig? It's Friday. Anonymous dance. Oh, the gallery wants to jump the Commonwealth. I want to jump the Commonwealth, and I'm firmly against jumping, but I will jump. Like crisscross and shit. Those are tiny on my phone, but I can tell Matt Johnson because he's a good-looking fellow. Okay, Ernie, put it back in your fucking put the worm back in the beak, Ernie. World domination. Excellent. Yes, let's do that. What the fuck is going on? It's Bev's circus show. Welcome to Bev's Happy Farmland Fun Hour. Let me tell you about the Bible. You have me on the big TV. Ugh, make my pores small. How do you do that? Robert wanted Fuzzy to murder Marcus, but we could never what? Dude, can you invite me into the VR land? Because I've heard a lot's going on in there. Is it just Twitch? Do I just need to get Twitch? Chasing Marcus is what the channel is going to be called. We need to find Marcus. Apparently, I mean, shit. VR Robert's been around like 10 years giving advice on VR. Let's take over the dark web. I don't even think we could get that done before lunch. And if we do that, you're in charge of the bad parts. You're in charge of all the red rooms. I can't handle that shit. Very distinguished. Let's talk about Jesus. Fuck. I'm always very confused, but in Twitch, especially Marcus Manor, you got a 52-inch Ernie. Grounded. I don't think I've ever looked at fans so much in my life. Marcus in the middle, great show. Heartworm, don't squirm for him. Hanging out with Mr. Marcus. I mean, should we just... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull up my Marcus only playlist. All right. And when the fan comes on, we'll just watch fucking Marcus. Okay. Then I'll pop back over. You trust me, kids. I'll pop you back over. I'll pop you back. We'll pop back. Pop up. Give pop up your hair. Maybe we can watch that mean Jesus one where they're like, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And it's all, and you guys always laugh. And then it shows Rabbit at the end. Oh, shit. No, hey, go get you some. What is this shit? No, I don't want to see this. All right, let's do this. What? Duty Ron is on. Oh, should we snipe Duty Ron who's sniping Law and Crime? No, it's just fan. It's just fan. It's fan in 4K, okay? It's the in-betweens. That's what we're all about here. We're in between. We're in a fan hour. It has to be more. I've seen a lot of these before, but you know what? It's fucking fine, okay? I'm doing what's best. I'm trying to just put fucking food on the plate. Kids don't know what it's like to be a dad. It's really fucking hard. All right, we'll do this. We'll do Marcus Scatters. We'll start with that because you guys like it when Marcus is based. You like it when he does the when he freak. This is gonna freak Aaron. Also, if you go to shrimptits.com, turd and site that has it also says follow Oblivious Benson, but there's no link to this. And when people Google that, it's probably going to be a lot of Giardia. So get ready for that. This is hilarious. Why will the fan not stop? Fucking shit. Private Marcus only playlist. Okay. That I do put on repeat when I'm lurking. Here you go. Yes, I do, Claudia. What are you talking about, Claudia? Claudia, we love you. Claudia, also, will you send me your fucking address so I can mail you that book? I need you to read TJ's book. Is Claudia jealous of Marcus? Oh, no. Oh, I went back to see what I missed from Claudia, and it's the same. It's exact same thing. Wait. No, I didn't. I didn't get your address. I need your address, Claudia. Don't put it in here, though. Email it to me. Can you email it to me? Just don't put it in the chat, though. We don't want you to get based. Please send me a art. Definitely. I have book. I will send you book. Well, I don't have a penis, so I don't know what it's like, but did grow 2 in me, said Darlene. Oh, Jesus, Darlene. You did DVDA or what? What is that? You grew 2? Oh, like you had babies? You think you're so fucking special, Darlene. I'm just kidding. You're the best, Darlene. Tell us more. Please email me. I need your address to mail you the book, Claudia. It is bagged. It's tagged and bagged, babe. I'm just waiting for your address, hon. It's gonna happen though. I'll send it to you. Look, it's Trooper Tully. And what if Marcus is Proctor? Would you guys still respect him? I'm sorry.
A stupid fuck. Bone bitch ass.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You're gonna die.
Whoa, he jumped. Whoa, he's running. Stuck in the wall. I saw that, Marcus. You got stuck in the wall for a second there. What is he doing? Whoa, what the hell? A raccoon thing that you need. Oh, I definitely do see my grandpa. He's really racist, and I need stuff for my. Oh, you have a boyfriend. Ah,
grandpa.
What?
This isn't Jimbo James.
Oh, okay. Where's Jimbo James?
This Jimbo James.
That's Jimbo James.
Yes.
This guy that escaped prison.
Can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nice to meet you, Mr. J. I'm gonna be honest, Marcus. I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but
He's
that's
doing
not
his best.
No, he looks like a really nice guy. Do you guys need a?
He's a convicted felon.
No, yeah, I've heard the stories. Are you good?
Sneaky.
Okay, what are we sneaking? I think they see you, Marcus. Marcus, Did they steal a police car? Where's your guys' vehicle?
Right here.
Ow! Oh, what the hell, man? You guys are stealing my car?
Let's go, Marcus.
Jimbo James. Get in.
Are you gonna go? You guys forgot Jimbo James. No, are you okay? Did they run you over? Oh, God damn it. Well, I warned you about it. Here, I'm pulling you out. I'm grabbing you. Ugh. Ugh. Are you okay?
You saved my life.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Fredrickson, you didn't do anything.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Marcus. I think.
Wow.
Where's he going? Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
Oh, shucks. You're pretty cool too, Marcus. Wait, why are you doing that with your finger? Looking at. No, all the shelves are empty. Okay.
I think I fit.
No, yeah, you I think you look great in your little compartment there, Marcus. All right,
You'd like it.
No, I never said I don't like it.
If you believe in the platinum way, I place my hat.
I found the tortilla chips.
And you will become
Marcus, I think there's a cult meeting going on, and you stole my fucking car, bro.
power into you.
What the hell? What the?
Oh shit, what's up, Marcus? Welcome you into our cult.
Marcus,
They think they can get me.
Who thinks they can get you?
You think they... I have my middle finger. It's going to go right.
Marcus, no offense, but you lost the
if they
fight.
try anything silly.
You lost the fight to a rat, Marcus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Fan Watch 2025. The fan burns on. It continues. Jimbo James is dead. That sucks. The Pope is dead too. In case you missed that, that's a bummer. I guess he was the gay Pope. We liked him. He's the gay Pope who helped out homeless, and shame him for that. Okay, what a horrible dude for being so nice. But you know what? He's dead, and that's sad. And the fan is still going, and Beverly is still probably bemoaning texts being brought in that are not incriminating to the defense and probably help Karen. And Melissa is up to her antics, and Ernie is encouraging her. So that's still happening. I'll never train those two. They truly are unsullied. You dickless bitches. I love you. So Reggie has her new phone set up. Nunya wants to know what happens if you stick a Mentos up your ass and drink Coca-Cola. I don't know. Will it be different than Pepsi? Find out. Nunya, please report back. Sounds like a lot of work, turd. Well, yes, turds take a while. Clip that. Clip that. Clip it. Clip it. Still just fans. All right. And I have the volume on, so we will hear an interruption if it comes on. But for now, let's just watch Marcus jump into the fire because that's what we're doing now.
I'm a little worried about your safety, you know? I don't want something bad to happen to you. Where's it going? I know what you're going to do. Please don't go in the fire. I don't want to have to pull you out of that again. Marcus, why don't you just try sitting down, you know? Relaxing a little bit. Take some stress off. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Okay, he's gone in the fire. He's rolling around.
Robert, help.
Oh my God. Marcus? Shabama Bob?
Well, man, you're really quiet.
Shabama, you're supposed to be... Oh, my bad.
Really...
Shabama Bob, Marcus?
Looks like.
It's not what it looks like. We're not doing drugs. We're doing DMT. It's different, okay? Marcus got me DMT, okay?
Hear me out, Robert.
It's not drugs.
So fucking high.
And we're back. You are Shabama Bob, Angela. Free healthcare from our witch doctor. Absolutely. Here we are. We're back. We're back. Ooh, I will. I will do the dolphins and get addicted to them. You got a double yoke? Congratulations. That means la 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 la. What was it? Can you guys even hear me? It said it lost connection on my audio. God damn it. Guantanamera, you got the double yoke, dude? Fuck yeah. Here ye. Here we go. Hands on your hearts. Hands on your hearts. Here we go. No, Lally, no. Eh. Good morning. Love you, Leslie. Yannetti. Good morning. Jackson is bearded. What? Hold on. Hold on. Let me fix it. Let me see. Tell me if you can hear it now. Hold on. What the fuck?
So those
Can you
questions
hear it now?
Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we last saw you? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Okay, good.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last met? Thank you very much.
Jurors, can I have each of you stand and raise your right hands, please?
Sorry.
Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicle so the lives and safety of the public might be endangered. and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, you caused the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13 and a half. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24, Subsection 2, Subsection A and a half, Subsection 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty, and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you say so and no more. Jurors hearken the evidence.
All right. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you may inquire during the course of this trial. These comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law that I'll give you at the conclusion of the case. So you'll remember that this is a trial of a criminal case. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death, the indictments that Mr. McDermott just read to you. I'll describe the law in detail at the end of the case and the elements of these charges, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove Ms. Reed guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. And leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death requires the Commonwealth to prove that Ms. Reed knowingly collided with John O'Keefe, that she caused him injury or death, and then she fled the scene. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, please remember that Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. It is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime and bringing that person to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law never requires a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I am sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, please consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. And finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish these initial instructions, the Commonwealth, Mr. Brennan, will make his opening statement. Then Ms. Reed's lawyer, Mr. Jackson, can choose to make an opening statement or not, because again, remember, the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer does not need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended simply to introduce the main issues in this case to you. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but she is not obliged to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. Let me speak briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see that this case is tried orderly, fairly, and efficiently. It's also my instruction to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. Your function, you folks are the most important people in the courtroom. Your function is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences out of your hearing. These sidebar conferences are not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I may rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question, the term I will use is sustained. You are to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you're to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I'll permit the witness to answer. This happens a lot. You'll find this during the course of the trial. If I let the witness answer the question, but you're not allowed to give the answer any more weight than you would have no objection had been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's the important part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence under our law. You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include any exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts that I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts that I indicate to you may be taken as a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness's answer is no. Based solely on that question and answer, there is no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I may make, the lawyer's openings and closing arguments, and any comments they may make are not evidence. I will emphasize this point because it's crucial to your understanding of your role. If the lawyers or I make any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence, and your verdict must be based only on the evidence. In Massachusetts, lawyers are not allowed to make comments other than during opening statements and closing arguments. They are permitted only to ask questions, but they cannot comment on the witness's answer. If a lawyer comments, you are to disregard it. In this way, communication in the courtroom is not like everyday conversation. If a lawyer seems to agree or disagree with an answer, or if a lawyer expresses confusion or any other reaction or emotion, you are to give no weight to what that lawyer does. In the interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. In a similar way, any comment I make is not evidence. But of course, you can't disregard what I say when I provide you with instruction or direction. Remember, however, I'm the only one who can instruct you or direct you in any way. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. Now, in this case, I anticipate...
I'm sorry, brief pause, because I have a question and I want to pose it to chat. Hold on. Oh, good. Sound issues. Great. Excellent. Fuck. All right, here we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Here's my question. She just said the collective recollection. That is an issue. I think that, remember how I told you guys, it's always like a communication thing that seems to be the source of every fucking problem on earth. I think the biggest problem in the last trial, if I had to say, if I got to pick, fucking this. Hold on, let me smash soundboard. There we go. I think the issue would have been, the topic would have been broached that, you know, hey, we need to get rid of this collective recollection bullshit, because there's very strict rules on notes, what they have to leave behind, what they're allowed to take back, what they're allowed to see again. And I just don't think that it is fair to rely on the collective if the collective has yet to all come to an agreement. And that seemed to be the issue with Juror Ronnie and the foreperson, wasn't it? So relying on the collective when people recollect things differently is a huge problem in any trial, let alone this one, which is so confusing and so full of tiny little specific things that matter. Especially, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh shit. Especially when it comes to evidence. So when it comes to very specific things, like, for example, the timing of the calls, ARCA, the key clicks and stuff like that on the car, the infotainment, this is all shit that if they want to see it, they have to request it. And I believe they were denied last time. Pictures, things like that. There's a lot of shit that they get denied and they're not allowed to see. So how is that justice to not show someone the evidence that they are entitled to as a juror that they've already seen? What is the harm in that? Instead, they choose to rely on a group of people to come to an agreement on something they each individually recollect. This is a horrible system. It's fucked. Okay, back to this, and I will speed it up so we can catch up.
Anticipate that we will go by bus to an area that you'll hear about during the trial. You may consider as evidence anything that you observe about the layout of the area, including the scene of the alleged crime when we do go there. I will give you further instructions prior to our leaving for the view. Now, in this case, I'm going to allow you to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because remember, those aren't evidence. If you wish to take notes, you may do so once the evidence begins. Notebooks and pencils will be provided to you. The notebooks will be collected each day, and they'll be locked up, and they will remain confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. Nobody sees them. You're not required to take notes. The choice is entirely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things like that. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion of the trial. So you'll have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, please remember that how a witness testifies may be just as
They could easily just show them the YouTube video. They could edit it out nightly. It will take half an hour and it will provide the jury with a full rundown of everything that they just saw. This is so ridiculous, and it includes a transcript. What the fuck?
as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. Do not let note-taking distract from an appreciation of all the evidence. If you have any trouble hearing or seeing during the trial, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at around 11 o'clock or so, but if you need a break at any other time, please raise your hand and let a court officer know. We'll take a break. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that you need to, but if you do, please speak with the court officer or give the court officer a note to bring to me. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law, because it is so very important. John Adams famously said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf as an adder to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that in the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with great intensity, but unbound by any oath or even any inclination to follow the actual evidence. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury, selected for this trial, will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are. Where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, This jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that the rule of law will be upheld. Which leads me to the fact that it is very important that during this trial, until you deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes your family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any specific aspect or any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, and the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet or do anything else to try and find out information from any source outside the confines in this courtroom. Please be very careful with your social media use. Please do not use X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or Reddit. Though you may never have seen anything about this case before on your social media feed, you cannot control what may pop up. You should also remember that use of these platforms can be public and traceable, and any searches undertaken or information received by you can and likely will be discovered. So please be extremely cautious. If you inadvertently see something about this case, please disregard it and let us know. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We'll go on a view, as I told you, and I'll discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media, social media, or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction. Finally, please continue to keep an open mind. I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you've just taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict, and that's all we ask of you. So it's now time for the opening statements. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, guys, here we go. Now we had it on 1.5, so we're almost totally caught up. I'm going to snap Hanky Poo back to a 1.25 because he is a slightly quicker talker than Lally was. I suggest taking thorough notes. I'm going to be taking thorough notes. I think that it's really good to know. It's just my fucking opinion, man. But if you want my advice, I always, when I'm watching opening statements, if I'm being very critical or I'm trying to absorb or just take quick notes, I like to pretend like I'm the jury, right? Even though there's get locked away all day and at night, it seems. Pretend you're the jury. Do it like you were a juror. And that's a good way to kind of put yourself where they are. What I like to do is every promise made. That's my list. When I'm watching an opening statement, it's what promises have been made to me. If they say, we are going to show you that this happened, that this is the conclusion, you're going to put that down. Like, what are you going to prove to me? What are you promising to me? And I put a little box next to it, and I do that for each of them. And then as we go through the trial, I check them off or I put a question mark. And whichever one has the most check-offs did the better job. And they get a piece of a cookie. They don't get the whole cookie. They can have a crumble. So here we go. If Hank gets annoying, I will cover his face with something cute. All right, here we go.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat. He raced to his equipment, and he picked up his bag, which was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter and paramedic, that means that a person's heart has stopped. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag. He had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance, the door shut, and they headed off to 34th Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything. He couldn't hear anything other than the engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself, he steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus. And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all the tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Flamatti's ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself, and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and every calm was above him. As the car pulled up the 34 Fairview of the ambulance, he stood at the back door, the doors open, and he stepped out into Venlo. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around him. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screams in the darkness and snow. And when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man, and he reached down and tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything. And he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman, and he walked over to that defendant, Karen Lee, and he told her that he thinks that that man was gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flamatti, the chief, and he said, "Come back, let's go." Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear from testimony, he went back to that man, who's John O'Keefe. He went back to him, and that crew coordinated effort. They did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he knelt over John O'Keefe.
I'm sorry, I have to pause. This is a big snafu. I don't know if you guys noticed this. And don't worry, we're gonna keep it sped up. But wait, what? First of all, he's a storyteller. He's doing a storytelling style. He is literally. I've taken a lot of storytelling workshops, if you will, and I've actually taught some. And I'm telling you, this is what he's doing. He's doing the storyteller perspective. He's giving you a beginning, a middle, and an end, a subject. He's putting you in the place of that subject. Very little background, more of in the moment type of thing. Okay. He's telling you feelings and emotions that this person is having as if he is encompassing their body. He's saying it was a hot, cold wind swirling around like a blizzard. He's trudging through. This is just like that piss poor Koberger book that was written. Unfortunately, no, he's not very good at his job. His job is to be a lawyer and tell facts. But what he's doing is he's being a storyteller. And unfortunately, he is kind of good at being a storyteller. And that's a problem because he is lying. Absolutely, Ernie. What did he just say? He said, Flamatti, first of all, he's giving you the EMT firefighter perspective. So immediately you're thinking, okay, this is a first responder. This is somebody who's trained. He's telling you that this guy's box was full of all the right tools and instruments that he needed. He's telling you that they didn't know where they were going or who they were going to, but they took off to 34 Fairview. Okay, Hank, then how the fuck did they know to go to 34 Fairview? We know that's not true. Another thing, he said near blizzard conditions, also debatable. Okay. He said Flamatti's case was well stacked, as in he had all the tools he needed. Here's another thing he said that blew my mind. What did he see when he arrived? He saw 3 women standing over a body, looking down at a man on the ground. Flamatti walked up to the body, looked down, then walked over to Karen and said to her that he thought the man was gone. I'm sorry, what? That's not what happened. He told Karen that John was gone. I mean, I think he just did a huge favor to the defense, right? Because she did think he was gone, according to the Commonwealth. How would she know John was dead? That's what they were saying. Well, I think now we know if that's true. I don't recall that being in his testimony. Do you? Did Flamatti testify to that? I don't think he watched the footage, Ernie. This is wild. He determined he's dead, and then they started life-saving measures. That makes no sense. I'm sorry. Yeah, Karen was lying on top of him. Someone was Carrie was doing CPR. pumping his body, and Karen, like, wait, what? This is not what happened. Jen said he was. This guy walked up, he just said walked up to Karen. That's not what happened.
He looked up. The defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed, and he said, what happened? And you'll hear her words to firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now, those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context. They didn't reconcile with the injuries. They didn't help him in his treatment, so he ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not an investigator. He is not a detective. He's a first responder. And so he takes that information that was useless to him. He continues to work on John O'Keefe, trying to save his life. You'll see the team put him on a stretcher. And when they lift him from the ground, even though there is snow accumulating, underneath O'Keefe is simply grass, hard ground, frozen. And beneath his body lays his cell phone. They bring him to the ambulance, and while they bring him to the ambulance, you see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, when that issue, will say, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. And then she was interviewed or asked questions for background information, not a criminal investigation, just background to try to help John. And she was asked questions about his background. And during that conversation, you won't hear see the defendant with a person named Jen McCabe and a firefighter McLaughlin. And she tells Firefighter McLaughlin, the third first responder, I hit him. They bring Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and his body is cold. The doctors work feverishly. They treat him, try to save him. They try to warm his core. And unfortunately, firefighter Nuttall's first instinct is accurate. John O'Keefe passes. So why are we here today? We are here today because John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Karen Reed. You will learn through this case, through facts, science, and data, you will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 3450 Road, all the way to the left side in the dark corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, you will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road, the defendant in her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. But then she stopped. She stopped. She put the Lexus into neutral, and she waited. And the facts and the science and data will tell you that despite the fact the argument was over, she then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press, not 25%, not 50%, up to 75% acceleration. There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went back 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head.
At least 70 feet? At least 70 feet?
Broke his skull. And there he lay at the corner of Fairview Road. On the ground, lying on top of his cell phone, alone. And then the defendant, that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. Yet he was. And she simply drove away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science, and I walk you through that.
Did he just say the defendant will tell you that he did not look mortally wounded, but he was? What?
I'll tell you a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, very well liked. Well, John O'Keefe is
He was an adult, sir. He wasn't a young man.
the son of Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., and the brother of Paul O'Keefe. Grew up in Canton, worked hard, he became a police officer. But what you're going to learn fact that he worked for the Boston police officer, as a Boston police officer, was just a fraction of his life. It was a small, really unimportant part, because the biggest part of John O'Keefe is he was a family man. Not in the traditional sense. See, John O'Keefe never had biological children. John O'Keefe was never married. But John O'Keefe had a sister, and she had 2 children. And when the children were 6 and 3 years old, his sister unfortunately died. And shortly after, his sister's husband died. And John O'Keefe was a help. He didn't sit by. He saw these 2 recently orphaned children, and he stepped in and he said he was going to raise them. So he put aside his career, he put aside his job, and he moved in with the children and raised them up. They were his home. They were his passions, his love. He was a new parent, successes, failures, like all parents. And he raised the children with the help of people in the community, with the help of his brother, with the help of his family. And they led a good life. Enter Karen Reed. Around COVID, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe reappointed, and they started a relationship. And you'll hear that even though the defendant had her own home, she was staying with Mr. O'Keefe a lot, 4, 5, 6 times a week. And to most
He said 70 plus. 70.
of the world, it was a pretty good relationship. They spent time together, they did activities with the children together. She helped with driving the children, feeding the children. It was a steady relationship until about the beginning of 2022. And then things began to unravel. There was tension, there was arguments. In fact, just a few days before this incident, you'll hear that Mr. O'Keefe asked her to leave, but she wouldn't. You're going to be able to read text messages of their conversations on January 28, 2022, and you will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship. You will read about the discord between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. You will see that when he would ignore her calls, they would become incessant. When he would try to push away, she would come closer. You will read those text messages, and you will realize that this was the beginning of the end of this relationship. That night, they decided they would go out together. I want to tell you something about data and science before we get to that night. I mentioned that underneath John's body was a cell phone. A cell phone is an amazing piece of technology. It is like a computer. It carries extraordinary data. And when they found the cell phone, the only thing they John O'Keefe that night, they studied the cell phone, and there'll be some remarkable data that you will use in this case to find the truth. I want to mention 3 different things you will find in a cell phone that are critical to this case. The first is called location data. Waze we've all heard of, Google Maps. Well, at some point that night, John put his Waze on, and Waze is like a breadcrumb that will show exactly where the phone goes, second by second. It is the strongest, most accurate location data that you can have. And
No, it's not. No, it's not. Quote your sources, Hank, because that's not fucking true. It is riddled with bugs. It fucking sucks, and it will drive you to a fucking lake quicker than goddamn Google Maps. Are you out of your fucking mind? Waze? Oh yeah, that's why everyone uses it. No. A lot of people hate Waze because it's a piece of shit. It's got worse cellular drift than fucking a Chinese fucking Android. What are we
that night, John was using Waze. It also have healthcare data. Healthcare data will show when somebody is moving. Sometimes it's qualified as steps, but it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's stepping, moving their arms, walking, turning. It doesn't show what direction or how far, but it shows the movement of a person. Healthcare data. And the third thing, remarkably, will be an expert in this case, we found a data file on the phone, and it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis in this case, the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back to the timeline of that night. After the discord, both the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe decided they would meet at a bar called McCarthy's. Now, McCarthy's is a local bar of Blizzard's, people are getting together on the door. They go to McCarthy's, and you will watch the friends and the defendant drink alcohol, and you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrive at 8:50. They stay till 9:45. She consumed at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2 hours.
I am correct. Waze is specifically when it started, it was user reported. So it's like the Wikipedia of apps. It relies on user, like the entire platform was built on user reports. So if there's a Taco Bell over there, it's reported by a user and then it auto updates. Keep in mind, he's essentially quoting Wikipedia instead of court documents. That like it's that version of that. Holy hell.
They walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall. They reach the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. When they go to the Waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I said celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen through John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous at the day. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friends and the defendant and many of the people there. And they spend some time together, there's drinking, and they all do a shot. So that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours. That's consumed. You will see from this data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data. And the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone is information on the defendant's Lexus vehicle chips. You might have heard of black box in an airplane, or there's some type of event that captured a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. It will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the Waterfall bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car, they decide that they're going to go back to 34th Fairview Road, that we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get together for one of the home who will be able to follow them to this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes the phone call to his friend, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe it's near Bella's mom's house. They were in by Bella, or her mom, or somebody that John had dated before. And so as they make their way to Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. You see the exact precise driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important. You got 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box, the event, the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then every turn down the Fairview. Before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights, one of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, will appear because of the waves and be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house, comes out, the person goes back in the house and they're for 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Jen McCabe, park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, text again, are you coming in? You'll hear that Jen McCabe and others look out the window and see the defendant Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message from Jen McCabe. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the Wi-Fi bar, you see that he's in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds to move before he lied dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The box run differently with a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see in the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tires spinning right towards him. You'll know they're arguing because I want to tell the firefighter I'm sad because our last moment. She drives away. They said he's made later statements that when she left, he didn't more than one. He lied on the ground on top of his phone. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message you'll hear. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking now picking up. And he's just there. Now when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes.
We're getting some nodes. We're getting some nodes. Let's give it 1 second to load. I'm going to go back a little bit. And I'm going to turn off the closed caption because they are distracting and wrong.
They said he's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look more than wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message you'll hear. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking...
God damn it. God damn it. Guys, let's give it a moment. I'm going to close this and then reopen it. And we are going to put it at 1.5 because goddamn. Goddamn. It's also very hard to hear. This is a piss poor stream. But it's law and crime, and at least it's better than court TVs. All right, let's try this. I think this yeah, it's loading much better. Here we go. There we go. Let me put this back up.
You will know that John O'Keefe
Not that far
was
behind.
in that car 7 minutes before the murder.
There we
and
go.
you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. There's a black event at the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then a return down to Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights, one of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, will appear because of the waves and be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house, comes out, the person goes back in the house and they're for about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Kevin Cave. Park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again. Are you coming in? You'll hear that Kevin Cave and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy. They're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message he generated. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he's in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds he will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see in the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse, the tire spinning right towards him. Right towards him. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells the firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said he's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, drops. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message you'll hear. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. Joanna, fucking.
Guys, this is piss poor. We might have to find another stream. Law and crime is fucked. Law and crime is fucked. All right. Oh, there we go.
It's almost 60 degrees.
Let's see if it fucks up again.
12:59.
I'm going to give it a moment. Let's see if it fucks up again, okay? Let's try that. Let's do it again. Here we go.
The defendant leaves another message.
Yeah, this is piss poor. I think there's too many people on it. There's too many people on the poll. All right, let me see. We got to get this. We got to get this. It's really hard here. It's so fuzzy. I'm going to have to clean this shit up. This is so bad. Which ones? Yeah, there's a shitload of people in their chat too. Goddamn. Here, let's try NBC Boston. We are going to have to go back. Oh, God, it's so quiet. Oh, I don't know. I'll put this up. You guys tell me if you can hear this okay. It's so quiet.
Fell backwards and hit his head on that hard rock ground. Remember, there's no snow. It's just at this point. He will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see the data at that time when he makes his last movements with the phone is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tire spinning right towards him. Right when he got out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells the firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said he's
I'm turned down all the way. I'm on mute. We have to find a better stream than this. This is terrible. Hold on. Let me try one more. Because there were a few. God. The mics in the court are just piss poor. Let's try fucking Fox 9 Minneapolis. What? Let me hear this one. Oh, they're all really quiet. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try. Yeah, AP will have the best one, maybe. There we go. Okay, that's nice and loud. It's still fuzzy as fuck, but okay. We're actually not that far behind. There we are. Okay, here we go. This will work. This is much better, and it's great quality comparatively. Here we go.
Cell phone drops almost 60 degrees. 12:59, the defendant leaves another message on John's phone. Now, she hasn't spoken to anybody. Nobody has spoken to her, but her message is out. You'll learn the message says, John, nobody knows where you are. And this is where the plot in the cover-up begins. The evidence will make clear that she knew he was there. She did not call 911. She did not go back to him. She did not leave an anonymous tip. She left him. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature 55 degrees. 1:14, she calls her mother. No answer. 1:14:53. Battery temperature 50 degrees. The defendant had healthcare data on her phone as well, and you'll hear that it stops around that time. And you later learn that she admits to falling asleep and passing out. But then she wakes. 5 o'clock, she is frantic. She wakes up John's niece, and she is unintelligible. She is yelling, she's screaming, she asks for the niece to call Jen McCabe. She calls Jen McCabe, and you'll hear Jen McCabe recount out of a deep sleep. She wakes up and she hears, Jen, 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 screaming Jen's name. John's dead. Hangs up the phone. Jen McCabe calls back. And then she says, what's going on? And she told, well, I left him at the waterfall at the beginning of the cover. She tells Jen McCabe, I left him at the waterfall. Jen calls back and says, he saw you up front. You did leave him at the waterfall. She hangs up. He then minutes later calls another person, Kerry Roberts, a friend of John O'Keefe. Someone who's not friends with the defendant, but they know because they helped raise the kids and they interacted. She had nothing to do with the night before, wasn't at the bars, was home with her family. She calls her and says, I think John got hit by a fly. I think he's dead. Now, Kerry, with that information, calls 911. She calls hospitals. You can hear her voice. She's concerned. Not there. And then she gets another call from the defendant. And she tells the defendant, come to my house. I will help you look for him. And the defendant says, I was so drunk last night, I don't remember anything. Waiting for her to arrive, she learns she doesn't arrive. Instead, the defendant goes to Jen McCabe's house. Kerry Roberts, the other friend, then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulls behind the car. And when she does, she's on Bluetooth, and she can hear the defendant say, my taillight's broken, my taillight's broken. And she looks, and the snow packed in the right taillight, she can see a piece of the taillight missing. The defendant desperately wants to go to 34th Fairview Road, but Kerry Roberts takes over and says, we're going to go back to John's house. Maybe he's in the house when you didn't see him. So both cars, driven by Kerry Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, go back to John O'Keefe's house. You'll see a ring video where you see them go into the house and they look around, and you'll hear about the woman, Jen and Kerry, enlisted into this task. Look for John O'Keefe. They cannot find him. And then when Kerry Roberts comes into a room, she sees, rather than looking, the defendant simply standing there, staring at the wall. At that point, the defendant insists they got to go back to Fairview Road. They decide they'll take one car. Kerry Roberts is taking charge. She's going to drive. They leave Miss Reed's Lexus in John O'Keefe's driveway, and they drive back towards 34th Fairview Road. There it is blizzard-like conditions. It is dark. They can barely see a thing. And when they get close to the edge of 34th Fairview, you hear the defendant start to scream, "There he is!" Both women look and they can't see anything. She starts kicking the door. The defendant's kicking the door. "Let me out." Terry Roberts stops the car and lets her out, and she sees the defendant run exactly to where John O'Keefe is in the darkness. That's where she left him. Terry gets out of the car, starts to walk towards where the defendant is, and she sees the defendant lying on a body. She can't tell who it is because the face is still covered with snow. And she comes over and looks, and she wipes off the snow from John O'Keefe's face. She realizes it's one of her best friends in the world is John O'Keefe. And she starts to try to do first aid. They start to move him, and coincidentally at 6:06, when they start to move him, the cold air hits that cell phone battery. It drops from 50 to 43 degrees.
Pause it. That's not what happened. We just talked about Carrie Roberts' testimony. We watched it. Like, she said that his head was covered in ice and she had to sweep the ice off. Yes. But that there was blood and she had to go back and get towels, right? Or a blanket and wrap his head in it. Why didn't he say that? That seems pretty important. And he's leaving out the part where Karen also attempted life-saving measures. That's interesting. Why? Why are you leaving out facts? Why are you leaving out facts?
And they try, Jim McCabe calls 911. And that's when a police officer arrives, firefighter Nuttall and his crew. And when they lift him, that cell phone battery that is shut down to 37 degrees, Kerry Roberts picks it up and puts it in her pocket, and it immediately starts to warm as she moves to help get a data, showing movement starts again. At that point, nobody knows what happened. The Canton Police Department come. You can see the police cars and cruisers. They're not sure, so they look in the area where John's body is and find a glass from the bar in his body. They find blood spots. They try to put the blood spots in plastic containers. They don't know what they're looking for at this point. There's no.
They put the blood spots in plastic containers? Is that what he just said? That's not what happened. They put them in red Solo cups, party cups. And why don't you say how they got them and where they got them? That's insane.
Information. They don't believe or know that there's a crime. They just know that John O'Keefe somehow ended up here with the broken glass and the blood. And so that morning, you can see the work of the Canton Police Department try to uncover a little bit around his body to see what they could find, which was very little. And then Terry Roberts goes and picks up Peg O'Keefe, tells her the news, and they go to the hospital. They go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Terry Roberts is walking, and Peggy O'Keefe is going to go see her son with her husband. And as she walks down the hall, Karen Reed is also in the hospital. See, there was some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they sectioned her. They put her into evaluation to make sure she was safe. You'll hear Peg O'Keefe tell her she walked down the hall to go see her son. The defendant was screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" As she walked by Karen, she stopped and she said, "Karen, what happened?" And you hear that Karen was excited and yelling, "Is he dead?" Stops her excitement, becomes stoic, doesn't say a word. Peggy pays respects to her son, and then she has to go back home because she has to tell the children. Now, while she's out, the Canton Police Department sent an officer to the house to make sure the children are safe because they're alone if they're home. And when the officer pulls in, he doesn't notice anything, but you'll see on the dash cam video, this dash cam video notices something. That tail light has a big missing piece to it. They can't find the children. Ultimately, Peggy comes home, a friend can take it down, and they bring the nephew home, and he is distraught. And then Peggy hears a knock on the door. It is the defendant and her father. They want to come in. They come in, they open doors, and they ask, "Can we go upstairs in John's room?" And she's busy consoling her grandson. They go upstairs, they're upstairs for about 15 minutes. They come down, and quickly they leave. Now they got there from the defendant's father, drove his wife and the father to that house. But when they leave, they take 2 cars. They take the Lexus with the broken tail light with them.
Oh my God, what was that?
And you will learn that when police start getting some of the information, they learn about the broken tail light, they learn information that she had told people that she had hit him. They went down to see her. And on their way down, they decided they would get a warrant to take the Lexus. When they get down to Dighton, where the car is, you'll hear from Trooper Lieutenant who took a look and see the missing tail light. They went in and spoke briefly to the defendant. They took the car, they brought it back to Canton. And so what you'll learn from the forensic evidence that will help with the science and data is that not only was the cell phone left behind, but also around that area, broken tail light was littered around John Oakey's body. Littered around that area. When they got into the hospital, they noticed there was a shoe missing. As time went by, snow melted, they dug with excavations, they found the shoe on a little berm on the border between the street and the grass. You learn days later, when they did a plant excavation, they found his cat frozen to the ground. Ultimately, they would find over the course of 10 days that the snow melted almost every piece of that broken tail light in that area. The hat, the sneaker, the glass. When the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe behind, took with her something of Mr. O'Keefe, it's called trace evidence. You'll learn on the back of her Lexus, around the taillight area, is John's DNA, and stuck to the side, grasping one last piece of John O'Keefe's hair. Now, John O'Keefe fell backwards and hit his head after he was clipped by the car. And you're going to hear from a very renowned doctor and neurosurgeon who has treated thousands and thousands of head injuries. And the wound on the back of the head, when he fell backwards, on the cracked skull, is called a basal fracture. It created an injury called counter coup. After he was hit by a car and fell backwards and hit his head.
Okay, I think it's a good time for a moment. First of all, did he say it's called Kunkakui? That's weird. I don't even know what the fuck that word was. Holy shit. I mean, just upon, first of all, piss poor audio, and then it finally kicked in good and blew all of our fucking ear holes out. That I appreciate that. Thank you very much, AP News. He did cover his mouth when he said that. He seemed, and he pushed his glasses up. He seemed a little unsure of himself. Here's some things that I noticed that are bothering me. All right. And this should take no longer than 2 minutes, but I have to say this because it's absurd. And I need to make sure I heard this clearly. They put the blood spots in the plastic containers. Here's what's interesting about that. A container is defined as something that is used to contain. Okay. What does contain mean? What are you containing? If you're containing an animal, would you not have a lid on it, or would you? Containers insinuates a lid of some sort. A gate, something to keep shit from getting in and shit from getting out. In the church, they call it garbage in, garbage out. What they used was a solo cup, a party cup, something that one would play beer pong with in a college at a party. Okay. He skipped over. There was no glossing over it because there was no glossing. There was no sugar coating. There was simply not mentioning, completely omitting, thereby I mean, if you omit, please remind me again, if you omit anything that could benefit the defendant or perhaps lead to exonerating them or, you know, showing that they didn't fucking do it, isn't that what you're not supposed to do as a prosecutor? He's playing defense attorney again, and I don't like it. Sir, this isn't the Whitey trial. You don't have to fuck around like that. You're a prosecutor. You can include what actually happened. It's important. It's vital even. Because if you don't include all of the facts, then you're being evasive, as someone said in the chat. Yes. And the thing about being a prosecutor is you especially have to introduce the evidence that could actually defend the person that you're trying to prosecute. It's the law. If it's something that leads to her potentially being innocent or found innocent, if it's good evidence that proves her innocence, you have to admit it. You have to say it. You can't just leave it out. He told Karen he thought that Officer John O'Keefe was gone is a big one. If Hank meant Jen, that's a gnarly slip up in an opening statement. Neutral to reverse, tires spinning more than 70 feet in reverse. Pardon me, a baking powder? No, that's not true. Prove it. Fucking prove it. Fucking prove it. Never heard this before. Yes, Melissa, that is true. Brady violation. Correct. So he did a Marsha Brady in the middle of the opening statement. Good. Okay, fine. Fuck. The defendant will tell you that she didn't think he was mortally wounded, but he was. He said this after speaking of her allegedly driving away and leaving John after hitting him. Not after speaking on when the EMS, the EMTs, the fucking firefighters went there. It was after that she wasn't sure if he was dead. Yet Hank purposefully placed that statement, right after saying that she went back to the house. She was drunk before she passed out. That's a huge problem. That's a mischaracterization, and that's not the timeline, sir. That's not the timeline. By saying that without the correct context in any means, what he's essentially saying is that Karen hit a man, mortally wounded him, admitted later, I thought he was just wounded. I didn't realize he was mortally wounded. And then drove away. That's not the context she meant. She was talking about when the EMTs were there and they left, and she's already at the hospital. She's referring to it in the same way Jen or Carrie would. That is insane. And if it is something from the documentary, guess what? Documentaries edit. What do they do, kids? They edit to take things out of context. For Hollywood. Hank fucking loves that shit. You should have seen him on the red carpet for fucking Black Mass. He knows how this fucking works. All these fuckers dick around with the Wahlbergs. They know how this shit works. They love Ted. They love that fucking shitty little bear. They put the blood spots in plastic containers. Is a problem. It's not a container. It was a cup. And then he didn't acknowledge the solo bags. He didn't acknowledge, or the short, what was it? Shop and save. He didn't acknowledge where they got those bags. He said the taillight was littered around the area and it took 10 days. I believe it was over 2 weeks and it was 3 separate occasions and it was different people. And that's a problem. And he didn't mention any of that. And he was wrong. And I know that because I just looked that shit up. Days later, they found the hat frozen to the ground. Over 10 days, they found all the evidence. That's not true, Hank. Stuck to the taillight area was John's DNA is so vague, so out of context, and so mischaracterized. I cannot believe. And I get it. The defense doesn't want to look bad, but I would have fucking screamed. That's the point where even though you haven't tagged in, you still jump in and you protect your tag team partner. You jump on top of the ref. Who gives a fuck? Take the hit. It's not going to cost you the whole match. I don't know why someone didn't go, pardon? Hey, Judge Bev, sidebar, fuck this. He completely ignored her getting the blankets, the head injury. Karen doing life-saving measures is important. It needs to be acknowledged. And Carrie testified to that. He misconstrued Carrie's entire testimony. When did 70 fucking feet come into play? Stuck to the tail light area is not true. That is not true. Wasn't it within the back door for the trunk? And it was one hair. Saying DNA and hair, that's He could have specified. He specified everything else. He told you how the wind hit their face and felt cold and hot at the same time. He told you how it was blustering. He used all these descriptive words, but he can't say the fucking hair follicle. There was a hair. This is absurd. He's picking and choosing his details to form fit a narrative. This is storytelling at its finest. The problem is we already know the story. I hate to look, I'm going to be a little political. This is like that new Snow White shit. We already know the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, okay? We've reconciled that these are little people. We enjoy the story. Yeah, you shouldn't kiss a woman when she's sleeping, but it's a fairy tale. We get it. Okay? And now we got a bitch rewriting it saying no, but she was tall and they were all fucking, it was this totally different situation. And now let's talk about Iran and Palestine, bitch, or Israel and Palestine, bitch. We don't want we came here for Snow White. You're telling us this whole different fucking story. It's like when they ruined Titanic by putting Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate What's-her-fuck in it and having the old lady with the necklace. It's like, no. We know what really happened. Stop changing the story. We know about the Nagel pig flying. We know about the Joe Rogan soda. We know about the plunger. Like, we know all of this. Stop rewriting history. Hank. Disgusting. I'm disgusted. Melissa. Thank you. Thank you, Turd. I was bullied by Turd Ferguson today, but I'll allow it because she gave me $10. FEPO, what does that mean? Is that like WEPO? What is that? What's FEPO? First explanation, penis off? What is FEPO? FEPO? We don't know. We don't know this slang. Is this some Colorado trash you're throwing at me? What is this slop? What is this Colorado slop? What's FEPO mean? Is this a slur? Is this like when you made me say my cunt? Higgins and John had beef. Colin joined the fight because he wanted blood and to be gay. I'm going to be honest with you. I respect you and I love you, Turd, but I don't think Colin had anything to do with it because I think Colin would be fucking dead or he would have a crushed orbital bone. I think even drunk John would have beat the fucking shit out of that kid. I think Colin just probably did coke and kissed his cousin that night and doesn't want people to find out. I think that's it. I think he was Zen-barred out at trial. Even Karen said he wasn't there. I mean, Karen said that. She's like, nah, he didn't have shit to do with it. However, Higgins and John had beef. They could have had turkey. They could have had chicken. All I know is those two boys wanted to kiss. One of them wanted to kiss the other. I think Higgins wanted John. I think Higgins was hoping he was texting John the whole time. I bet they took that out of context and it was just Higgins doing flirties at John. I bet he was fucking enraged that Karen touched him with her mouth. He was like, ew, bitch, I'm trying to get with John. I think Higgies might be a little undercover soldier. You feel me? It was baby Brian's birthday. Higgins wanted to go. He wanted to see baby Brian. He wanted to give him a present. Hi, Ambicent. This can be a bio. A full Mrs. Parks here. You go, oh my God. Oh my God. If Miss Parks sees this, she's going to come at you. She's the Illuminati. Are you okay? You have to roll away like Marcus. Thank you so much, Dan. I'm going to cry. Listen, I would like the salad with Italian dressing, but on the side, please. And I'd like watercress instead of lettuce, but please put it on the side. Okay. And I'd like a side of Hank with nothing on it. Then I'd like to cover him in the hot metal like Game of Thrones and then throw feathers at him. Disagree. That's why they have to go in on the cover up. But I don't think Colin could keep a secret. I think he would have snitched by now. Or I think he would have got his ass beat by his uncle or his uncle cousin or whatever. I don't know. The thing is, like, here's the thing. The way I'm looking at this, okay? Everyone believes Karen, right? You don't think Karen's a liar? We believe Karen, right? We do. So if Karen says Colin had nothing to do with it, why are we not believing that? Because I got no evidence to believe he did. He had busted knuckles, but he also got his ass beat a lot. Like, he got his ass beat a lot, and he started fights he couldn't finish. So it kind of doesn't surprise me that he's all fucked up in pictures. He seemed to get in a lot of fights. Here's what I think happened. I think one of those fucking drunk chomos fucking ran John over, and then they all blame Karen. And I think maybe 2 or 3 of them know, and the rest of them have no fucking clue, and that's why their stories are all different. That's what I think happened. It was probably Higgins or the little gay one that married Allie, or what's her name? Caitlin? Tristan, the one that does the dance with tits, McGee. It's probably him or Higgins. Just one of those fools probably fucking ran him over. The thump thump. Fucking drove off. All this shit they saw in the morning, and they went, fuck. Or someone called them and they were like, no, I didn't fucking do it. I bet Jen figured it out, knew too much, and then deleted everything. You know? No, she did. She's like, they literally asked her if she thought Colin did it, and she was like, nah. Okay, really? So all this complicated shit makes sense, but one of those fools just fucking running him over because they're shit-assed on White Claw and then fucking trying to cover it up and maybe getting 2 of them involved and the rest of them have no fucking clue what's going on. That doesn't make any sense. You don't think that all these drunk assholes in a blizzard probably didn't fucking drive their best? You don't think fucking Caitlin's like, but my job, I'm gonna go work for the fucking DA. You can't fuck this up, Tristan. You didn't do it. We'll fucking blame that bit. Like, are you kidding me? Everybody's shit hammered. They're driving in a fucking blizzard. And they were all there after Karen. So you don't think somebody bumped him with the car and then like maybe beat his ass after? Here's the thing, like, what if somebody did hit him and then they fucking backed up and were like, oh fuck, we fucked him up, and then they're like, we gotta end it, and they just fucking beat his ass? I don't know. Maybe they hit him, didn't realize it. Chloe gets let out to pee. She goes and fucks him up because she sees a dude in the yard. They're like, Chloe, get back in here. She fucking runs in. Maybe busted his orbital sockets on the fucking How do you know it wasn't? You look at fucking, what's his name? Brian Higgins. He's got a Jeep, right? With a big ass fucking grill. I don't know. He wasn't hit by Karen's the way they said. Would you think it was a plow? He could have been hit by a car and beat. He could have been fucking beat in the house. He could have been. There were so many things that could have happened, but not the Karen thing, right? He had a broken orbital bone. That's what that is. And that's usually a boxer. That's usually from getting punched directly in the face. And I know because that's what happened to me. Any car that was involved was Higgins' plow or the Ford Edge. That's what I'm saying. Homeless train hopper? Okay. I just don't think that, I don't think the CW theory is plausible. And he did. He had a fucking broken head bone. Remember? That's what Jennifer Coffendorfer said. He had a broken head bone, everyone. Anyway, back to the opening statements. I'm just positing, okay? I'm just saying, like, has anybody considered Multiple things? Has anybody considered many things? A quarter carries Wendy. Hey, thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Look, Wendy gave me a flower. The rest of you can suck my dick. I'm trying my best.
On that hard rock ground, remember there's no snow, it's just a dusting at this point. The back of his brain hits the back of his skull and bounces up. When it bounces up, it leaves marks showing that impact. And this neurosurgeon will tell you, treated thousands of patients, that this injury, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is counter-coup caused by falling backwards in the head. When the medical examiner for the state looked at it, they generally said blunt force trauma, and it is undetermined. So we brought it to the renowned neurosurgeon who does exactly this. You're also going to hear from an active reconstruction. His name is Doug Welch. Does not work for the state.
Sassy, what the fuck? You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, hon. I'm gonna go. You know what I'm gonna go do? I'm gonna go buy a tail light and I'm gonna fucking smash my head into it a few times and see what happens. Thank you, hon.
He was hired to take a look at this case and the data. They will come in and explain to you exactly what I talked about, how the data from that black box coincides with the cell phone and the movements of the car, the moments before, during, and after the defendant struck Ronald Keith with her car. Now, just a few more things I want to share with you. There are 3 charges against the defendant in this case. The first one, second-degree murder. When most people hear murder, they instantly think shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, bringing kill, deliberate premeditation. I will instruct you on the law. I'm not going to trample in that area, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John O'Keefe. We're not going to try to prove to you that she intended or wanted him dead. That's not second-degree murder. What we'll prove to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed, in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that he had just gotten out of her Lexus. She intended that act, which would cause the plain, strong likelihood of death. That's what will prove to you second-degree murder. Also, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter will prove to you that she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John O'Keefe, and because she hit him and he fell back, she caused his death. The third charge is leaving the scene after knowingly causing death. Again, she hit Mr. O'Keefe with a car. She knew he was injured. She left him behind. He died. That's the whole group. This case will come down to the science and the data. The science and the data, the cell phone is the best of historians. It doesn't suffer from intoxication. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It doesn't suffer from emotion, pride, or prejudice. It is facts. It is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began what you'll learn as a campaign to make public statements. 2020, Nightline, Fox 25, a documentary. And we've had an opportunity to get many of her statements in the footage, and we're going to show much of it. And her statements to you will confirm what you already know from the science and data, what you will already conclude from the facts independent about what she did that night. Her word is simply confirm that your judgment is sound. And you're going to hear from her own lips in many of her statements, her admissions to extraordinary intoxications, her admissions to driving the Lexus, her admissions to being angry at John that night. And I dare say her admissions that she told I'd like to play for you clip 1. You're going to hear the first of the statements that she made after she was charged.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in his drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, I simply ask you to follow the evidence, follow the science, follow the data. Ignore speculation, surmise, conjecture. Stay true to the evidence. It will lead you to the truth. That on January 29, 2022, a very intoxicated defendant was angry and arguing about the relationship with John O'Keefe. And after the fight was over, she left, but then who helped? A lifetime of help was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help. The facts, the data, and the evidence will bring you the truth, and the defendant's own words will confirm everything you've already concluded.
Right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Could I have just a moment to readjust?
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help you.
Oh my God, are they choking a fucking goose in the courtroom? What was that? Are they plucking that goose to make Uncle Mike a fucking jacket? What is happening? Schmariella is out. All right. We're a bit behind, but motion to attempt Alan Jackson on 1.25 because he's a fucking bulldog. He's the Braun Breaker of lawyers. Okay. He's a Steiner brother in a suit, and he's got that bearded dad energy. He ain't even a dad. He's sassy, bearded uncle. Motion to hear him a little faster, not only to catch up, but because it is funny and it comes off as more aggressive, and I like it. And if it's too quick, we'll slow it back down to normal. 1.25 is okay, but I want to hear. Oh, you'll hear him. He'll be yelling. He'll be yelling. If it's too fucking fast, we'll go back to normal. But also, Karen is giving that fucking look. Whoo, you want Jackson 1.25? We're going to try it. And if you guys hate it, if you hate it, just put 2 in the chat. So you don't have to find the words to kindly express it. You could just be honest with Dad and go, Dad, I fucking hate this. You fucking suck. You're the worst. And I'll be like, all right, and I'll fix it. I have thick skin. I have psoriasis. Let's go.
May I, Your Honor? The evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle, period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for something, for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case. O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer, nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start, corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation, it's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty, in dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it, every bit of it. You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. For one reason, and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass. You'll learn that Michael Proctor Rank has its privileges. The evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian and his friends. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the Waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Brians, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier, she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the Waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car, in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out. And when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopesada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious. When he suffered that injury, he was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything.
This is new. And remember in the last trial when everyone was like, why did they arrest so soon? This shit would have been real nice. And if he brings up Dog Bite Guy from Melanie's channel, I'm going to do my squirms. This is good opening. Everyone's into it. Chick over here with the glasses and the headband, she's so into it, dude. This dude, he's thinking about, I think he has diarrhea. Something's going on. This guy, he is a dramatic bitch. This dude's going to leave the courthouse and immediately start texting all of his friends. He's going to be like, this motherfucker was crossing his legs. He is wearing this out. Like he's taking notes in his head. This little guy's crotch is in the way. If Jackson does anyone know Jackson? Can they text him to move? And he does. This fella does look like Michael Shannon. And I really like it. So far, really good. He's got a little white pocket square. The tie isn't too much. The beard is nice. And he's already done a Texas what and a where. And I like that. Can't wait to get to when.
But the doctor will tell you something more and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not
That's the juror attorney?
from hypothermia as the Commonwealth.
She's so into this. I bet she was hard to read as a juror, though. She's not she's into it, but she's not. Look, she's doing poker face. She's trying not to smile, maybe.
Will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite. No cold-induced injuries to his organs. No damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. Lopesada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over.
Okay, pausing it. I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry. Listen, guys, I didn't get the Vicky George teen beat, okay? I didn't get the Karen Reed Magazine Monthly. I don't have the fucking word association game. I didn't get the match this person to their name and profession, okay? I'm trying not to creep around too much on these people. I'm just trying to take it in, all right? I didn't get the teeny bopper, the fucking tiger beat. I don't have her poster on my fucking wall. I don't know this bitch at all. Frankly, she's cutting her eyes at me right now, and I don't like it. I might fucking lunge at her. And if I do, if that happens, I'm gonna need you guys to bail me. I don't know this bitch. I don't know what she's about. I don't know if she's blood. All right. I don't know what affiliation she is. Is she Crip? Is she K's? You know? All I know is she is having a time. She's having a time. This fella, old Harvard, I mean, he is fucking asleep. He's thinking about Marcus right now. You can tell when they get the Marcus stare. He's like, is he in the fire? Turtle Boy's scratching his dick. All right. That's what's going on here. And this guy's these two guys are looking off at nothing. I don't know what the fuck they're looking at. The window, I don't know. All I know is Jackson is speaking truth to science, and I appreciate that. He's proving a point that we need a better school system. A seated lurk, if you will. A lurk into his crotchal area so he can scratch it. Listen, it's doing this weird Skippy thing, and I don't know why, and it's driving me fucking nuts, okay? But also, this young lady right here, alternate juror, question for you kids, because I don't fucking know. Seems like half of you guys are up the ass of Massachusetts. You know everything. You fucking know so much. Okay, tell me this. When they are, and I'm genuinely asking this, when the jury is seated, do the alternate jurors, do the fucking jury people, if they're alternates, do they sit with them, or do they sit, like, do they have a special area? Do they have a little box that says alternates above it? I'm a little curious. Do we get to see the alternate jurors, or do they hide behind a thing like confession? Just want to know.
Over my left shoulder. They're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. La Posada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal.
La Posada?
Like a large dog. Like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night.
Ah, okay.
You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her. But she was gone. Dr. La Posada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a...
So it's Mr. Beast games. That's how they do jury duty in Massachusetts. It's Beast games. Okay.
Flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. La Posada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been, had he actually been there, right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person, saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth. And he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did. And we found, and we'll introduce you to, Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here, a collision. And there's no evidence of one, zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that too is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD. You'll wonder, what did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first. Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other. But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation, a butt dial. The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m. and why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them. And what else you'll learn Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing, just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations, he literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start, and he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe, she was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Celebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone. A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us, but we found anyway. A Google search that was timestamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, "Hoslong to die in cold." Hoslong to die in cold. Now, she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Timestamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Celebrite program as having been deleted. The evidence will force you to ask, why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.? When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hoslong to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence in time, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m. And that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time, Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus, and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panicked. panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him. She was worried about possibly the worst. He'd gotten out of the car. He'd walked to the house. She was confused. And later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half. She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that the evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, I hit him. Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this, in an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long, close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants, he transported the evidence, he secured it, he submitted it, he did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants, he lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were two searches. The first and second search found zero, nothing. Nothing around John's body, nothing in the street, not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up, and not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. Came up with zero. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found.
Finally, that needed to be mentioned. Like, what the fuck? They like before it was hey, a dog did it, or simply there's no DNA on the vehicle. The part that I think is important is the shards that dug into his skin should have had some on him. Just impossible at that point. There should have been something. And I wish they would have drove that home in the last trial, and putting it in the opening statements is a wildly good choice. Fuck yeah, finally.
The actual science will show it was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the house and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth.
Oh, shit. Did you guys see what he just did? Oh, I'm awake now. I'm awake now, Alan Jackson, because wait down yonder on a Chattahoochee never knew how much opening statements meant to me. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord, Honeybean. Dude, he just, he found a way around Bev. I ain't never seen nothing like it. This is plumb awesome, y'all. Who can point out what he just did that was fucking genius? You want to talk about, what the fuck did it do? Share my referral? No, fuck my referral link. What? Stop that. What did he just fucking do? I can't, because if I do, it's going to take us to a different point in time. Science. He just said something vital. He just skirted around Bev. Nope. Come on. All right, I'll try to go back a little, and hopefully it doesn't skip me back too much.
Based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the house and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something.
Okay, here it comes. Wait for it.
By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV.
Here it comes.
There was no collision.
Wait for it.
She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty.
Okay, right here, pay very close attention to what he says. He gets around Bev. Remember the last trial. Remember the last 5 or 6 days. Remember that. And think about what he's about to say. Because she keeps fucking, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Watch what he says in the opening statements. He tells the jury straight the fuck up. Some really important shit. This is good.
You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice.
Did you hear that? He stressed the only verdicts, all three of them. Thank you. Thank you. Holy fuck. He covered so much ground with that one statement. Because what we just talked about, what was the shit that was the problem in the last trial? I said it earlier. Communication, right? The shit with the jury. Not like, we're not going to be, nope. No one can know. No one can know what you just fucking saw, right? But what else about the jury? They were so fucking confused. All three of them. There are 3 verdicts on that verdict form. And if you don't check this one off, then we're going to have a whole nother word. It fucking went all the way to Supreme Court of Massachusetts. And Bev would not let it. He said, well, what if we correct this? Can we make it say this? She even said, come on, Yannetti's fucking seen a form like this. And he goes, with all due respect, ma'am, fuck your face. I have not. You know, you guys remember that shit? And then Alan kept trying to slip in there. Okay, well, but it was already done. It was after the fact. By saying that, he doesn't give them a choice. That it's not up to Bev. He's essentially giving jury instructions in his opening. And he's doing it by not doing it. He's telling them facts. You're going to have to return 3 verdicts. I think that was genius. He went around even having to ask Bev, having to motion. If they fuck up the forms again, he's prepared. This is his missile defense. You feel me? He missile defense to these motherfuckers. He's like, well, before this is a problem that I can anticipate, let's just put it the fuck out there. There are going to be 3 fucking chances for you to fuck my friend Karen. Please don't fuck her any of those 3 times. Thank you. This is very important. What a great job. Wow. I like this.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
And because he's a man of 3s, he also said it 3 times. Just in case you didn't hear it the first fucking 2. I want to hear that again because that's the end. He says thank you. So let's just hear that one last part again because that was, he ended with that. Notice how, did I miss it? Did he say, I did get up to Tinkle for a second. Did he say shit about the text messages? I want to see her fucking nudes because they should have mentioned that. If they did, then fucking Citizen Kane me this. I will stand up and clap.
Touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden of proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the House and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Folks, why don't we take our morning recess?
And it's time for recess. This is exciting. It is time for recess. Exactly, Reggie, because they can't investigate according to some jurisdictions, especially here in Austin. No body, no crime. We got to give it this amount of time because they could be missing. And even after over a decade for some cases, it's like, well, she could still be missing. So we're not going to declare it a homicide until it's like a whole, it's a whole process to get someone declared dead. And so in that case, it's a situation where it's really difficult to try someone for a murder without a body. No body, no crime, right? No body, no crime. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. You were thinking that too? You were singing it? Oh shit, Jinx. Yeah, so it's just how do you try someone for murder, when there's no fucking body? And in this case, how do you try someone when it's not labeled a homicide? I don't know. Shrimp tits does make me hungry. I'm very hungry. I would like some shrimp. And if it's the tip part of the shrimp, so be it. I guess I've been eating it all these years. I'll survive. Alan is the god of hellfire, and he brings you fire. Ooh. Don't get burned by the beard. Sassy in a backpack. Excellent. And that's assault. Shrimp Tits wants you to know. How do you feel? Like I'm a little tired. I'm a little hungo. This case though, exactly. You know, I spent a lot of time watching editing from the last go around. I think I'm just kind of burnt. You know, I'm a little burnt and turned, dude. I will swallow my pride. I will choke on the like. I think it's making me a little crazy, to be honest with you. I kind of want to like go fucking pound the pavement literally with my fists, like that Coney 2012 guy. But it's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's cool to hear the same thing you've heard 1,000 times, said through different voices and a little bit fucked up, but on the record, but not entirely accurate. That's fun. That's not in any way aggravating or causing an internal panic attack or diarrhea. Like, it's cool. It's just like when you see a drawer open and you want to close it, but it's not your house. It's just that feeling all the fucking time. Or like a dog with a turd dangling off its ass, but it's not your dog. It's just a little dry piece, and you're like, oh, I want to flick it. But you can't. You don't have a napkin. You know? Or like if you see someone like smoking a joint wrong, it's just flat and gooey, and you're like, why don't you just roll it properly? Why is it so loose? Like, what's wrong with you? You know? Someone tucking in a t-shirt into like gym pants. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't fucking Vietnam. It's not that important. It's anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna let this play, and we'll see what happens. We'll see. They're gonna shove a couple of different new people in our faces. Let's hope that they have like a personality disorder or a weird mole or a funny voice or something. Like this is. It's just like, why are we doing this? Don't have enough evidence. Kelly Siegler would never take this case. That's all I'm saying. There you go. And we're caught up. Mr. fucking Nuthole's gonna go up there. Old Timmy Nuthole's gonna come up and he's gonna tell us what we already know. Cool.
Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir. Thank you. You can take a seat.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little bit closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my name is Timothy Nuttall. I'm 28 years old. I've been a firefighter paramedic ever since I graduated high school. I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school. From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after a little while, I got my feet wet in the 911 side. So I was running BLS 911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
Why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up, kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
Yes, sir.
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So To become an EMT, there are two sides of EMS, and then there are two sides of providers. There's EMT basic, and then there's paramedic. To answer your question, sir, to start as an EMT, it's about a 4-month process. You take Tuesday, Thursday, every other Saturday, learning just anatomy and physiology, basic pharmacology, and kind of how medications interact with the body and different disease processes. From there, you start learning basic interventions, backboarding, C-collars.
Is part of your work in learning to be an EMT, are you active in the field?
The initial training is, that's mostly classroom-based, but once you sit your national written tests and you're
succeed through the, at that point, did you decide you wanted more training? You wanted to proceed through the profession?
Yes, sir. So after a little while, I worked for about 1.5 years in the field and decided that I genuinely enjoyed the work that I was doing. I then made the decision to progress to the paramedic level. That's a significantly more challenging academic portion. And
can you briefly share with us a little bit of the training that you needed to complete to be a paramedic?
Yes, paramedic training is about, I would say, generally takes people about 2 years to complete. There's about 1 year of classroom. It delves far deeper into not only diseases, but how they interact with multiple body systems, multiple different treatment modalities that we can pursue, multiple different interventions, a whole host of medications, far more medications than a BLS. As a paramedic, I have a much wider range of drugs that I would be able to select to treat different patients.
As you worked through your training and got this experience, did you ultimately become employed in the department?
Yes, sir.
What are you with?
They hired me as a firefighter paramedic.
And so you were both a firefighter and a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Does the Canton Police Department, in their units, do they include paramedics and firefighters in the same division?
The Canton Police Department? Or Canton
I'm sorry, the Canton Fire Department.
Canton Fire Department, the vast majority of the employees of the Canton Fire Department are paramedics. I believe there are I want to say 5 EMTs, but now as a requirement to remain employed by the Canton Fire Department, you have to become and maintain a paramedic certification.
So when you would go to work as a firefighter or paramedic, was it always the same, or did you get assigned as a firefighter one night and a paramedic a different night?
So we would cross-man trucks. We were always fire suppression personnel, but we were also cross-trained as paramedics. So for example, if a fire call were to come in the town of Canton and I was assigned to ambulance 1 for the day, I would take all my equipment off ambulance 1 and I would transfer it to ladder 1. And then we would take ladder 1 to the fire call and operate as fire suppression personnel. If a medical call were to come in, I'm assigned again to ambulance 1. Then we take on the role as EMS. I take my paramedic skills and put them to work in the town on ambulance 1.
Let me ask you one more background question about how the Canton Fire Department works. When there's a call, an emergency call, is an ambulance sent with other vehicles or alone to the call?
Yes, sir. It's typically an engine, the engine of that district and the ambulance of that district. Depending on call volume, that can change. But if all is not to use the word quiet, it's kind of a taboo word, but if all is everybody's in quarters and there's a dispatch in District 1, it'll be Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1, and they go as a unit together.
Mr. Nuttall, I want you to take us back, if you would, to the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2022. I want you to bring us a little bit before 6 a.m. Do you remember what you were doing?
Yes, sir. So that particular morning, I arrived at work earlier than I normally do. There was inclement weather that morning. So I left earlier than normal just to get in before the roadways got particularly difficult to travel and to relieve anybody that may need to get out if they needed to get home before the roads got particularly bad. I arrived just before 6 a.m. I was walking in. I was assigned to ambulance 1 that for that oncoming 24. I was scheduled to be there at 8 a.m.
Could you share with us a little bit about how the weather was as you arrived around 6 a.m.?
It wasn't great. I was driving. It's about a 35-minute ride for me to get to Canton. The roads were starting to get. They weren't great. They had been treated, but they weren't pristine. The wind was starting to pick up. The snow was starting to come down a little heavier, which is the reason that I left at the time I did.
And so I may have misspoke. January 29th, 2022, that morning, around 6:04, did you hear a tone or did you hear an alarm?
So the tones went off right as I entered the building.
Tell us what a tone is.
So the tone is the emergency alert tone. In the town of Canton, we have 3. We have 1 for fire, we have 1 for investigation, and we have 1 for EMS. The EMS tones went off and the lights came on. Whenever there's the tones go off, the lights come on as well. I was just walking into the building when the tones went off and the lights came on.
And is there information that accompanies the tone, information about the call that needs response?
Yes. So after the tones had cleared, there's an overhead dispatch, which is our dispatch center, communicates to us before we get in the trucks and on the air responding. Basic nature of the call. In that particular instance, we were dispatched to an unresponsive male in a snowbank with no real further information to follow up on.
So what do you do?
So as I said, I arrived pretty early that morning. But hearing that dispatch and that nature of the call, those typically tend to be more involved, both personnel-wise and work-wise. The crew that was working that morning was getting on the truck, and it was firefighter Patrick Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly has since become a paramedic, but at the time he was an EMT. So off the bat, that crew, not to say that they were at a disadvantage, but paramedic Flamati was the only paramedic on that
So
ambulance.
what did you do?
So I made the decision. I checked with the shift commander, and I jumped on ambulance 1 to just give a second set of hands as being a paramedic myself, just being able to hopefully help if there was any advanced interventions that needed to be done or needed to be performed.
What
And
happened?
just a second set of hands.
What happens next?
So I got in the back of the truck. I was actually still in civilian clothing at the time because I had just walked in the door. So I got in the back of ambulance 1 in the patient compartment. The other 2 gentlemen were up front driving to the scene. I actually had to don my turnout gear because, again, I was in civilian clothing. I wasn't quite ready to go. So I had to put all my structural turnout gear on and then my can fire jacket. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the call, I started prepping all the gear that we might need for a call such as that, for an unresponsive male in the snow. In this case, it was our first in bag, our airway bag, and our cardiac monitor. Everything was all together. They were all in 3 separate bags. But on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there and everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, so as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive male in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. All the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
I was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive male in the snow, it can kind of up the level because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside. Could you tell anything about the weather conditions based
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice, but I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors open, tell the jury what you see.
So as I mentioned, I had the 2 bags and the cardiac monitor. So 3 pieces of equipment with me. And I stepped out of the back of the side of the truck. There's a back compartment, or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door, and I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier. And I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
Was it cold?
It was cold, yes, sir.
And so when you hear the screams, what do you do next?
I started making my way kind of towards the sound, following sounds. I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton Police. And I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
As you get closer, tell us what you see.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton Police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So he was laying on his back. Okay. From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
So after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid artery? Is that?
Yes, sir. Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. Sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So firefighter paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did?
Yes, sir. I was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the 3 individuals that were there, and just said, hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're going to see the next steps. And as I was saying that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision this is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you 2 questions. The first is, as a paramedic firefighter, are there times when you're the lead paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic for Marty's lead.
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic for Marty is on your crew and you lead?
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic for Marty called you back and said it was a workable situation, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest, or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers, we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get him to a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they're able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
I want to ask you about a term you used. You said a hypothermic situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions. He was extremely cold to the touch, and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long. So taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
Is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were very.
Mean? I don't know. What does not perfused mean?
Sorry, there was did not appear to have been any blood flow at all. Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see. When firefighter Flamati called you back,
yep,
where did you go exactly?
I went, so when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with a bag valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort?
Yes, sir.
A coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah, we work in conjunction with each other. Typically, the most well-defined roles in a cardiac arrest in EMS is your airway monitor, which was myself in this situation, and then your cardiac and medication administration, which is, that would be Anthony Flamati, that would be Tony. Just because of my position at the head, I just took over the ventilation aspect, and that was where I remained throughout the call.
You said you went back to try to help Mr. O'Keefe, and you were helping at the airway. Do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
Yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head, well, let me ask you more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them when you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir, very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in any call, not even this call, just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. That's typically the first questions that we ask. What medications are you on? What medical history do you have? And do you have any allergies? The medical history is important because if you've had heart attacks in the past, or just using a generalized example, if you've had heart attacks in the past, does this feel like a previous heart attack? Kind of gives us something to go off of.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged male, middle-aged female with blood on her face. And real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
In between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. So when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
You've been to a lot of calls over the years and since.
Yes, sir.
Would you say hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
Do you remember all of them?
I remember aspects of various calls, but not all of them, no.
Do some stand out more than others?
Yes, sir.
Did this particular moment stand out more as compared to your typical or most calls that you've been to?
It did, just because of the setting. I mean, it was the weather, it was the unknown factors, and it was the attempting to try and get information and not really being able to glean anything from that.
After the defendant said to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, did you ask any follow-up questions?
I really didn't get a chance to, because following that, the individual just kind of walked away, or just kind of went in a different direction. I wasn't able to ask any follow-up questions.
Have you ever received any police training?
No, sir.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
When you're helping a patient, do you have any interest in detective work?
No, sir.
Do you have any interest in investigating potential crimes?
At that time, in this particular instance, because I was at the airway, that is a pretty critical aspect of a cardiac arrest. I was stuck there. I couldn't get up and kind of follow up on that at all. I was there doing that ventilation.
Is it your job to investigate cases, or simply to get information to help treatment?
Just the information.
When you go out as a firefighter paramedic, do you have a purposeful cause?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
To save lives.
And is that your only focus?
In this instance, it was attempting to restore circulation and breathing.
At some point with your colleagues, did you lift Mr. O'Keefe from the ground?
We did.
When you lift him, what do you put him on?
So we put him on, it's called a scoop stretcher. It's basically just a hard plastic moving device with some seatbelts on it, just to get the patient up and onto the stretcher. And then from there, we can move from the stretcher to the ambulance.
After you lift him to the stretcher, tell us what happens next.
So we put Mr. O'Keefe on the scoop stretcher, and we were able to get him onto the stretcher itself and then off to the ambulance. From there, I maintained my role as the airway individual on this call. So we made our way to the ambulance. I got in the tech seat, which is directly behind where the stretcher locks in. So I had access to the airway again. I was continuing to provide positive pressure ventilations to Mr. O'Keefe, and we had put in an OPA as well, which is just a plastic hook, if you will. It just keeps the tongue from falling back into the airway, so we can continue to provide positive pressure ventilations. Once we got him in the truck and we continued that effort, we set up a suction system and we prepared to intubate Mr. O'Keefe. We prepared a suction system just because as I was ventilating outside of the ambulance, there were some secretions in the airway that I could see, and you could kind of hear it as you go to squeeze in breaths into the individual. You can kind of hear the secretions kind of getting like bubbly and stuff like that. So we knew we were going to need to suction him. So we got him in the truck. We really quickly suctioned him, and then we were able to intubate him successfully to definitively give him an advanced airway and give him better ventilations, get more oxygen into his system.
Now, you mentioned that he wasn't warm. He was very cold.
No, he was still very cold.
What does the team do to try to assist with that?
The most basic thing that we did, we turned the heat on as high as it would go. We also stripped all of his clothing off, just getting all of that wet clothing off of him. I didn't really have a role in that particular part of it, just because once you're on the airway, that is kind of yours. Nobody can breathe for him. So every time I squeeze that bag, he gets a breath. So I'm kind of tied to that airway for the duration of the call.
So when your colleagues are stripping the clothes off him, is your attention on the clothes or more on the airway in your job?
No, I'm maintaining the airway. If an endotracheal tube is dislodged for whatever reason, it is typically more difficult to get one in. So the integrity of that tube staying where it is and not being dislodged, that is another key aspect of airway management.
As you're doing that, do you notice what any of your colleagues are doing to help?
Like I said, they were working on clothing removal. I believe they were also getting intravenous and intraosseous access on this individual to begin medication administration. But again, I was quite focused on that airway, just making sure that it was maintained and we didn't lose any tube. We didn't lose any end-tidal CO2, which is just another monitoring device that we use to confirm that tube is in place.
How quickly do you get to leave the scene and start moving towards the hospital?
I honestly couldn't give you an accurate estimate. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary realm, though. We were able to move within the flow.
In addition to Mr. Keefe being very cold, did you notice any other injuries on him?
So I noted that he had a hematoma right above his right eye.
Could you explain to us what that is?
Yep, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a big egg. He had a pretty good bump over his eye.
And you said his right eye?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how that hematoma was caused?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
In addition to the hematoma above his right eye, what other injuries did you see?
There were also several scratches on his right arm, just below his shoulder and traveling down his right humerus. They terminated right about his right elbow, just above it.
Those scratches, have you also described them as abrasions?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference in your mind, between scratches and abrasions?
Nope. These were they were deep and they were not bleeding, but they were notably deep.
Did you ever describe it as furrows?
I did.
And in describing those scratches, do you have any idea how they were caused?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you notice any other injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. Those were the only ones that we noted. As I mentioned, we suctioned a little bit of blood out of the back of his airway as well. I believe it was blood, mucus, and saliva. But those were the extent of the injuries that I was able to note.
Did you notice anything about the back of his head?
Actually, yes, I did. I apologize. There seemed to be a little bit of matted blood around in his hair around there. Really didn't see anything too obvious at the time. He was also placed in a cervical collar as well, following intubation, and that was kind of there just to maintain his cervical spine. But there was, like I said, there was noted to be a little bit of dried blood on the back of his head.
At some point, did you finally make your way with Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And just share with us what happens when you get there.
So after we got there, we handed off care to Good Samaritan Medical's physicians and ER nurses. We were able to give a report to the physician of just basic what we've done, what we've given for medications, in my case, what he was intubated with and how he was being ventilated, how well he was being ventilated, and any other further pertinent information. typically we noted that Tony was the lead paramedic, so that is typically his. He kind of holds the room for a minute when we get in there, gives a big rundown, and then we back off and let Good Samaritan take over.
When the defendant told you that she hit him, did that have any significance to you?
No, sir.
Did it reconcile with the injuries that you saw before you that Mr. O'Keefe was suffering from?
No, sir.
And so at that point, was that information insignificant in light and perspective of your care? Okay. What role did that information play in your care after the defendant told you she hit him? How did that contribute or not contribute to what you were doing?
It really didn't help at the time. Again, I wasn't able to chase anything down from that. I just kind of took it, noted it, and moved on with my aspect of the cardiac arrest.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity at any point to see any video of that morning taken from any source, a police car, dash cam?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to introduce a video stream.
So this will be in evidence. There are agreements with some of the evidence already?
I believe there's no objection, but I don't want to speak for the defense.
There's no objection.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can show it.
And for the record, if I may note, this is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm sorry. It is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm going to ask to play a portion of it that's relevant to Mr. Nuttall. Ms. Gillum, if you would please move to 6:11 a.m. Please stop the video. Mr. Nuttall, do you see the red lights reflecting on the left?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those red lights are?
Presumably those would be ambulance 1.
Yeah, so not what you presume. Do you know what they are, sir?
And those are the lights for ambulance 1.
Do you see the weather conditions as it's depicted on this video?
Yes, sir.
As you stood outside, was it same or different to how it appears in this video?
That is the same.
When you look to the left, you see a straight line about an inch or two from the left of the screen. Do you know what that item is?
Sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
If you look to the left of the screen, you'll see a straight item from the bottom halfway up the picture. Do you know what that item is?
I believe that's a flagpole, sir.
Do you see a little bit of movement of bodies near that flagpole?
At the present time, no.
Okay. Could we continue to play, please?
Yep. There they are.
Could you stop, please? Did you see the first person in line now behind the person in front of the person with the blue hat?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you back it up like 10 seconds?
Certainly. Keep going, please. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's me, sir.
Okay. Could you please continue? Is this your first assessment?
Yes, sir. This is ascertaining any signs of life or breathing.
Is that you approaching?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop, please? After informing your return, is that after firefighter Flamati called you?
So right after that, when I turned around, that was when Tony said, "Hey, we're working this."
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. And do you see a person come to where you are?
Yes, sir.
Is it that point where the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
It was right there, sir.
Could you continue, please? Can you stop for a moment? There's no voices or noises from people coming through that audio. When you were there that night, throughout the event, was it silent or were people speaking? Did you hear people speaking?
There was, as I noted when I got out of the truck, there was quite a bit of screaming. It was quite chaotic. The wind was also a factor, but there were people around. They were speaking within themselves too, but there was screaming, there was wind, and there was different side conversations as well.
And when you were working on Mr. O'Keefe, were you having conversations with your colleagues?
Yes, sir.
They're not picked up on the audio?
No, sir.
Please continue. Sir, are you still at the flagpole?
Yes, sir. I'm kneeling at the head of the patient.
Are you included in that group of first responders?
I am not, sir. I have actually exited to the side with the bags. I believe I'm entering the ambulance at this point.
Okay. Thank you. We can conclude the viewing. With the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show a few exhibits to Mr. Nuttall. They've been shown to the defense.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. No objection. Okay. Can I show you a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, sir. Those are the scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Does that appear the same as when you saw his arm that morning, or is there any differences? And if there's any differences, can you share them with us?
That appears how they were to me at the time of the incident.
Okay. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
Awesome.
May we publish to the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photograph you just identified on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Showing you a second photograph, I'd like to ask you some questions about it.
Can we take that one down, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, of course.
Please, Ms. Gilman.
Thank you. Does that photograph, do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same or substantially the same area where you helped try to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
Does that look to be a fair and accurate representation of the area?
It does.
With the court's permission, I would introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay, and there's no objection to any of these three?
No.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I publish exhibit 2?
Yes.
And sir, that's what you recognize as the area where you were helping to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
I've left one last photograph in front of you.
Yeah.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell us about any differences between when you were there and what you see in that photograph.
The street appears to be plowed. There's bare pavement. The weather conditions are significantly better. It is also daytime.
If we could take down that exhibit 2, Mr. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would move to introduce this as exhibit 3.
All right.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 3.
Sure.
Is that the photo you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Before your testimony this morning, how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my head.
Give me a time frame within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
last night.
Last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff, who else?
I honestly couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No. No, sir.
Male, female?
One female, one, I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully?
Yes, sir.
Whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan, but beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony and in that sort of realm.
Prior to today, how many times have you testified under oath concerning the incident on January 29th, 2022?
Once at a grand jury hearing and once last year.
All right. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No, sir.
2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago.
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him.
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better, or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You then met about a week after that, which would be 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony, and that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specifics of the prior testimony that you.
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying I hit him. Again, it was 3 times, and then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the I hit him, why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
Not sure, sir. That was just the way that the conversation went. And I just, again, repeated what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, I hit him. That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the I hit him phrase?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
So now you do remember last year that you only said you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way, correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that firefighter Nuttall is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you, if you testified last year,
yes, sir,
that you heard the phrase twice, and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk at the meeting 2 weeks ago about any other inconsistencies with your testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Well, you were there. You
No.
say not to my knowledge, meaning?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. So it was just about the number of times that you heard the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cleared that up in the 2 meetings, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. What did you talk about last night?
Mostly just making sure that everything was as it had been. I mean, and by that, I mean, it was 3 times.
Oh, I don't know. We talked about our dreams. And he told me about how a big hamster chased him through Central Park. And then in his dream, he fell into a sea of blood and he died. And in my dream, my teeth fell out and slid down the back of my throat. And we talked about that. And we talked about, whether or not this trial's going to get us in a pussy. Let's be real here. This guy's a fucking... Listen, he's a dud. He ain't a showman. All right? This ain't a showman. Yeah, Dad had to have some chips. Dad had to eat many chips and a bit of a sandwich. Dad had to get his carbs, okay? Otherwise, Dad will feel faint and this colt will die. I want to put a scrunchie on this guy, but he ain't even got a fucking rat tail. I'm annoyed with his ear size. I do wonder if it's a sublime tattoo. Maybe it's gobsmacked. I don't know. Swimming in the pussy, says Turd. We all know it's up to Turd. I'm trying to dissociate and stare at Spaghetti and Eddie Canetti's jawline, and you kids are fucking humming my dinger. Digging my hummer and humming my dinger. How dare you? You're in danger. How dare you? This is off to a humdinger start. Yeah, he does have a tramp stamp. It's probably something. It says some shit like Aries. Total offense. Total offense, by the way. I meant it. In the UK, we would call him a wide boy, all bluster and no game. Oh, you don't say. Young lady, this is a family channel. Watch your mouth. How dare you? We don't bluster bust in here. We're not bluster busters. What does bluster mean? Like he blows dudes in an alley? What does that mean? You have? You've blown... Oh. Well, Melissa, we do what we got to do. Listen... bluster rhyme. There we go. Done. You know what? Melissa out here finishing my sentences. Let's keep watching in case his head explodes and pinata and confetti shoot out of his fucking ears.
And
is he in Malcolm in the Middle? Is this one of the kids from Malcolm? Is this Dewey? Is this the real Dewey? Is this what he does now? Damn.
that we were continuously making sure that everything was the way that it had happened that morning.
Everything was the way that Mr. Brennan wanted it to be.
No, sir. The way that it was in, I remember it and I recall it happening.
Okay. So he asked you 3 weeks ago about how many times you heard that phrase.
Yes, sir.
You changed your testimony at that time and said it was 3 times instead of 2 times. We agree on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he called you a week later or met with you a week later and again reiterated, making sure you stick with that testimony that it's 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then last night he called you just to make sure one more time you're going to stick with that testimony that it was 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hold on just a second. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked last night, did you assure Mr. Brennan, nope. When we come in tomorrow, I'm certainly going to say it was 3 times, not 2 times.
No, sir. I told him I would tell my recollection of that morning.
Okay. And did you tell him that what my recollection is, I'm going to tell the jurors it was 3 times that I heard it?
That was what I heard.
Okay. Did you tell him that's what you were going to say today?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I told him I was going to tell him what I remembered from that morning.
Which was what?
I hit him.
Which is how many times?
3 times, sir.
And that's inconsistent with what?
I believe a year ago.
Okay. Now, you also talked about, I want to get back to the other thing that you talked about. You said that at some point, either in the meeting 3 weeks ago, the meeting 2 weeks ago, or the meeting last night, you were shown a video.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those meetings were you shown a video?
I believe the second one.
Okay. Were you shown the entire video?
No, sir.
Just the clip that we saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did y'all talk about in relation to that video?
Mostly nailing down who was who in that video.
Okay.
Being the other personnel on scene, where I was, and that was about it.
He showed you the clip that you showed. He showed you the clip that you just seen on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him where you were?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you to define?
Is this Brian Laundrie? I think this is Brian Laundrie. I think we found him.
Exactly where it was that you supposedly heard this phrase, I hit him.
No, I was able to give that to him, sir.
Okay. And what you told him was that moment when you see my client walk over sort of to the left of the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you defined that's the point at which she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
And that's in response to your question. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You asked, do you know him?
Yes, sir.
And she repeated the phrase 3 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Correct.
Okay. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Did Mr. Brennan ask anything else about that specific video?
No, like I said, he kind of asked me to point out different individuals on the scene, and that was really the extent of it.
You saw that same video last year when you testified, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see it last year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In preparation for your testimony last year?
I did not.
Did you see it before your grand jury testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've seen it.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to establish for Mr. Brennan exactly when it was that you believe you heard the statement based on your view about 2 weeks ago of that video.
No, that was the way that I remember it.
Right, not a trick question. My question is much more simple. You were able to establish after...
Hold the fuck up real quick, bitches. What? Did he just say grand jury testimony? I thought he's not allowed to say that. Uh-oh.
In 3.5 years now. Exactly where you were and where Miss Reed was and who else was around at the time that you believe you heard those 3 statements in order. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified last year as well that there is a normal protocol for removing clothing from a patient, and it's essential to just discard it and get it away from the patient so that you can concentrate on the life-saving measures that you're undertaking, correct?
Yes,
sir. That could be done you said in the ambulance, it can be done in the hospital, it could be done in situ out there in the field, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the point is you want to get as much clothing off of the person as possible so that you can assess that person's physiology.
Yes, sir.
It's not really a lot of care taken to preserve the clothing from an evidentiary standpoint in your interview, correct?
And we're trained to try and, just to take example of a shooting, try not to cut through the entrance wound of the clothing.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, when you're literally trying to save someone's life, your job is to get the clothing off and get it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You're not sticking it in an evidence bag and sealing the evidence bag, things of that nature.
No, sir.
So,
oh, interesting. Because even when it was a crime scene being investigated, they also didn't put it in an evidence bag or seal it in an evidence bag. And I'm very glad that AJ is pointing out that the proper procedure is to use a fucking evidence bag that is sealed. And also, I wonder if they swabbed the wounds on the inside and if he's going to point that out. And also, the jury definitely knows that Karen has gone to trial twice already. Fun. Was it Sean Ellis's jury where the 3rd or 4th round they didn't? Or is that something else? Was that officer? What was his name? Mullen? Something like that? One of these days I'll do a toot toot. I'll do a toot toot for you. And I'll sing, this is Slender Man. He does what he slender can. He looks kind of like, does he look like Beavis or Butthead? Sound off in the chat.
it might end up on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Might end up with some debris on it.
Yep.
Might end up in the floor of the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Debris also sounds like a good name. Like a sassy name for a rich kid. This is my daughter, Debris.
Could end up in the floor of the hospital or on the floor of the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if it's tossed in the floor of the ambulance, it may the clothing may well pick up debris from the ambulance.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Or the debris from the floor of the hospital or wherever. Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified previously at the grand jury in April of 2020.
Oh, that sounds like a good Massachusetts insult. You ain't nothing but hospital debris, bitch. Damn.
2, correct?
Yes, sir.
We need to liven this shit up. We need to get some zhuzh. This guy needs pizzazz. Can we get him a fucking vest with some glitter? Can we have a musical number? What is happening? Is Bev awake? I don't know. We can't even hear her sigh. It's so boring. She has yet to sigh. She's just in awe. This is the season of Teen Mom when Chelsea and Adam officially broke up and Adam was out of the house and he didn't contact Aubrey, but Chelsea literally had no one. And then her dad was always busy because he's off at the fucking swinger bars. And then her mom was like, I'm working on my 3rd attempt at school. And then Chelsea's like, I do hair, psych. I stay at home. And it was just her texting, just mouth breathing and texting with a lip ring and crazy fucking Jersey Shore hair, like in the middle of South Dakota. Chelsea, what were you doing, bitch? Anyway, that season, that's what this is. This is the Dawson's Creek where they just replaced everyone and they got new cast, and it's like these people don't know the suffering of the Creek of Dawson. They don't understand Joey clinging to the fucking fence crying while her felon father says, I didn't mean to leave you, and then she sings the Les Miserables song, and then we all wept. This is Timu High School Musical. This is Middle School Musical. What is happening?
Okay, so this happened in January of 2022, that same year in the springtime. You testified at grand jury, April 20th, I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Moved.
Yes.
Okay,
That
I want to
moved.
take you back to that testimony for a second.
Great.
You testified at that hearing that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Yes.
That night that you responded.
It was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right.
Oh,
the wind was howling.
Alan
It
language.
was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Like Misdemeanor Elliott. That's how John was dressed now. So now it was 3 layers, right? Which would actually make the smaller holes make a little bit of sense, right? A little bit more sense. Especially if he got bit by the dog, the parts where there were no holes, it's because, oh, there were layers. So this could work both ways. I don't mind this part. I'm curious where he's going to go with it. Also, wasn't there a moment when people were fighting on Twitter and some of the people, or the AFK, AKR, AK-40, whatever's, those fuckers, they were saying that like, what was it that they said something about the, sorry, it was pretty absurd about the scissors and something about how that could have cut up his arm. And I was like, wait, what? Like, if a nurse is that bad, like, what? Fire her, right? Weird.
Right? Yes, sir. Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big, heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big, puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case.
Yes, sir.
About that night. And turns out you were completely wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a
Bitch, he was not in a Misdemeanor Elliott music video. He was not. Is that what you're telling me? Oh my God. You don't even go to this school, sir. What? You mean to tell me your clear fucking memory, it was as clear as the glass shards you found? Yeah, you missed the cracked red ones, right? But you found the clear glass shard. I just want to be clear. He didn't have a fucking coat. Or you didn't see the coat. What is going on here? Someone told a lie. Look at that clenched fucking jaw. Look at that. Whoopsie. Those are called whoopsie creases. You see those? That's whoopsie, whoopsie. I fucked up. That's what that is.
A winter coat, correct?
Nope.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't wearing a puffy
Silent port, come and flip it in reverse. And
heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant.
he has to be honest. See, that's the shit of it all, Sherlock. They have to, because they fucked up last time. They can't fuck up again. They now know everything they fucked up on last time and they can fix it. And he knows there's no getting out of this. So he's just admitting it. They've already planned a loophole. Watch, Hanky's going to come back with some silly excuse that seems totally reasonable. But at the same time, I do appreciate him being honest. But also, what is that clip? What is that clip? What is that?
When I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
So your memory is fading even after 3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Got it. The fact is, well, let me ask you a different question. Did Mr. Brennan tell you what Mr. O'Keefe was actually wearing?
No, sir. Actually, I believe you did.
Last year, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
The short sleeve t-shirt and a little thin wool hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't wearing a hat.
No, sir.
That is true.
Matter of fact, didn't even have a
There's a difference, though, between now and last time. What's different, though? Think about it. Come on. Who got fired? Proctor. The people above these fellas all got fired. So now it's one for all. Or what is it? Every man for fucking self. Ohana no longer means family in the Commonwealth. All right? Everyone's a fucking snake. You gotta look out for your own. This is no longer Survivor Series, okay? This is the Royal fucking Rumble. If you don't throw someone over the top rope, you're going over the fucking top rope. There's no one to protect anymore. I bet we're gonna see a lot more honesty. Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, I lied. So what of it? We're gonna see some of that. Yeah, so what? I forgot. Who cares? How is Hank gonna spin this? I almost said Brennan Hank Brank. I'm gonna manifest that.
shoe on, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And obviously goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it anyway. That's not being appropriately dressed for the winter.
No, sir.
Yeah. You indicated that you did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person.
Sir.
Once you got him back in the ambulance, obviously it's lighter, meaning brighter lights. You have more equipment in the back of the ambulance. You can better assess somebody's well-being, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated you had a, quote, much better picture of what we were dealing with, correct?
Yes.
You noticed once in the back of the ambulance.
Yeah, Hank's doing the same thing he did with Whitey's trial. He's finding out stuff as he goes along and going, "We'll just fucking we're gonna improv, okay? We'll just go with the punches." It really is like WWE. Uh-oh, nodes. Oh shit, I've been off camera this whole time. My bad. It is WWE. It's Hell in a Cell right now. Okay? It's just it's literally like, oh, who broke their ankle? Toss him out. We'll replace them with iShow Speed. This is iShow Speed. He's whoever they got. They just got him in the back. Let's have a moment. I mean, really think about it. Hank did not watch any of this shit. Hank thinks this is Matt McCabe. He's like, yeah, it's the one fucking, who is it, Jen? He doesn't even know who Matt's fucking. He thinks it's baby Brian. He's like, see, they came out of the house. This guy fucking baby Brian's a firefighter. And they're like, he's not. And he's like, no. When he sees baby Brian and his mustache, he's going to go, my God, how tall are you? It's going to be great. Here we go.
He had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, when you were pointing at it, I'm doing that on purpose because you pointed to the right side of your sort of forehead above your right eyebrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The majority or the worst injury that Mr. O'Keefe suffered was actually to the back of his head, which you indicated, you noted was quite matted with blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the injury to the right side of his head as distinct from the back of the head injury for just a second.
Wake up. Wake the fuck up. I see you guys. I see who it is.
Hide. You're both hide.
How dare you?
Before I get to that in detail, let me ask you, because I just sort of want to cover the bases. You noted the back of the head injury, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
You also noted the front right side of the head above the right eye, correct?
We did.
You noted some injury to his eyes. They looked blackened.
Yes, sir.
But primarily the right eye was blackened?
Yep.
and there was a golf ball size egg, I think you put it, over his right eye, often called a hematoma.
Correct.
And you also noted when you got his shirt off that he had scratches along the right side of his arm. Is that right?
Sir.
You indicated on direct examination today that you believe those scratches ended where? Meaning from top to bottom? And I'm not using anatomically correct language. So from shoulder to wrist, where were the scratches that you noted?
There were several. As I noted, they were on his right humerus area.
Tell me what a humerus is.
They're right on.
Biceps.
Right about here.
Okay.
No, a little further.
Oh, it's when you're funny. That would have been great. Tell me what humerus is. Not fucking this.
Like between where your bicep and your tricep kind of meet. Right about in there.
Okay. And what did the scratches look like?
They were deep. Infamously referred to them as furrows. But they were quite deep. You could tell that there had been some material removed.
Okay. Material meaning skin and flesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some biological material.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And were they parallel? Meaning they were going in the same direction?
Yes.
Were there any scratches below the elbow?
There were. Yes, there were. They were not as significant as the ones on the upper arm, but they were noted.
Okay. And those were parallel as well?
Yes, sir.
And they looked like scratches to you. That's how you described them?
They did.
Last year, when you described those scratches, you curled your fingers up, exposing sort of the nails, and drew it across your biceps. Is that what you were using to describe what the sort of scratches looked like?
I just kind of used that as a landmark, to be honest with you, sir. It was just kind of how I quantified it in my mind.
Okay. But what you did was you did this motion.
Yes, sir.
As you said, there were furrows. And remember, there was an embarrassing moment for me.
Both of us, sir.
I couldn't understand the word furrow because of the accent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the hematoma above the right eye for a second. That's basically damage to subdural blood vessels that causes acute swelling, right?
Correct.
And a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye could be being hit or punched in the face. We talked about that.
There could be several causes for hematoma, such as that.
Obviously. I mean, it could be a golf club, a baseball bat, or it could be a fist.
It could be.
Okay. We talked about that last year. I asked you if the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's face, including the laceration over his right eye, was consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation, and you said it was consistent with a physical altercation as well.
Excuse me?
Objection referring to past testimony before a question is asked.
So sustained.
Sure. Do you remember a last?
Oh my God. That was the most. Okay, I'm about to be a little mean. Yo, fuck him. That's Whitey's girlfriend. Listen to me. That was the most feminine fucking objection. That's like if Michael Jackson went pro se. Objection, Jan. Objection. Ooh. Like, what the fuck was that, Hank? Oh, honey. Oh, Hank. Hank. What the fuck was that? Objection. That was like a heavy breath. Objection. It sounds like a perfume ad. Objection by Brennan. What the fuck was that? Is that how he's gonna object? Girl, Hanky girl, I know. He knows I've been a bad boy, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've been the worst boy. Objection. Objection, he's being mean. He's being mean. He's badgering my asshole. What the fuck, Hank?
There was an embarrassing moment for me.
Both of us, sir.
I couldn't understand
Don't be embarrassed.
the word furrow because of the accent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Jesus.
Let's talk a little bit about the hematoma above the right eye for a second. That's basically damage to subdural blood vessels that causes acute swelling, right?
Correct.
And a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye could be being hit or punched in the face. We talked about that.
There could be several causes for hematoma, such as that.
Obviously. I mean, it could be a golf club, a baseball bat, or it could be a fist.
It could be.
Okay. We talked about that last year. I asked you if the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's face, including the laceration over his right eye, was consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation, and you said it was consistent with a physical altercation as well.
Excuse me?
Objection referring to past testimony before a question is asked.
So sustained.
It reminds me of this clip I'm going to find and I'm going to post it one day, but it's the Salinas police in Salinas, California, and it's from Live PD. And they're supposed to be busting down the door to get to this like horrible murderer who killed people. And they just lightly knock on the door and go, Salinas police, Salinas police. And it makes me laugh so fucking hard. And I saved it. It's really good. And that's what Hank's objection reminds me of.
Sure. Do you remember a laceration, in addition to the hematoma, about a 0.8 centimeter laceration over his right eye?
I do.
Tell me what a laceration, I'm using a word that maybe not everybody understands. I didn't understand it when we first started this thing. What's a laceration? What's the difference between that and a cut?
A laceration is they're basically the same thing. Laceration is just a deep cut.
Okay, so it's a parting of the skin.
Correct.
In other words, where the skin separates.
Yes.
And that can be from blunt force trauma, meaning something hits it rather than cuts it.
You can get.
What are some of the causes of lacerations?
You can get a laceration, as you noted, blunt force, but you can also get a laceration from a slashing movement, from a stabbing. I mean, that is still a laceration.
What about hematoma?
That is primarily caused by blunt force trauma.
Right. And the hematoma and the laceration were right next to each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated last year, or let me ask you this way. Is that consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I could not say. You're
Okay, next question.
Well, last year, you indicate you can't answer that. Last year, you did answer it, didn't you?
Objection.
So I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
It's like fucking Abbey Road every time they walk up to sidebar. You like that little potato? He's pretty cute, huh? Who would eat all those bagged lunches? Where? I would eat all their bagged lunches. You know they probably have like bento boxes and shit. These are lawyers. Get real. They got haircuts. This little potato, little peanut. I'm going to go grab Hugin in a minute and make him watch this shit. I'm going to be like, what do you think of this, Hugin? Yeah, I wish we could zoom, but even the slightest zoom goes really far, and I don't think it's that long. Let's see. Let's go past Peggy a little. Oh, maybe we can. Yeah. The fuck? Now it's the fan. Still with the fan. Oh, shit. Is we caught up? Oh, still with the fan. Okay. And we're still with the fan. All right. So we're live now. And there's a fucking fan in my face. Excellent. Well, that's terrible news. That's terrible news. So there's a fan. What are we going to do? It's actually, is it over? I think it's over. What am I doing? What's Mookie's doing? They cleaned his area. It's so nice. Mookie's has to come check it out. Yeah, I don't know. I think they took a lunch. I mean, everybody's out to lunch. I'll tell you that much. It says they're back at 2. Oh, that's too long, bitch. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to stop this screen. All right. And then I'm going to give you kids a little taste of what you deserve. Okay. A little taste of what you deserve. Because frankly, don't call me frankly, Melissa made me do this. She bullied me into this. I don't appreciate. These people are fucking boring, except Alan. Okay. And now you're getting this.
你好 Jack 我改变主意了我到这里来找你
把手给我闭上眼睛快闭上！上来，抓住栏杆，闭上眼睛，别偷看。
我没偷看。
跨到栏杆上，抓住了，抓紧点，眼睛闭好了吗？相信我吧。
我相信你。
出手，我拉你回来。
这个凡人的世界因夕阳西下，笨蛋，有天然的死亡吧，因为王冠正要来临。无名，死亡之翼，天命之灭世者，万物的终结者，无可阻挡，无可违逆，无极大灾变。
这片土地的灾难还没结束，等我们彻底毁灭它之后，就献给伟大的 Sagaras。
火焰仍在肆虐，你的挣扎毫无意义，命运之轮已经开始旋转。
如此。
Hello, folks. Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so, here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. But you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious. Come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they had, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
You gonna fry some chicken, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some fish, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some vegetables, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some bacon, you need some. No. You don't need no oil when you fry bacon, cause what? Bacon has its own oil. I want you to look over at somebody and say, "Me like bacon, baby." Every time the heat is applied, you just produce your own oil. You just produce your own oil and become what you were meant to be. You produce your own oil and allow others to taste and see that the love.
When they go low, I go lower.
If you can just sit your tail down in the seat, then you know what's going on in the meeting.
I ain't got no tail, girl.
Mr. Mays, that's improper.
Councilman Mays, please refrain from your profanity.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mays, your mic is, your breathing is.
That's my mic.
No, that's Councilman Mays' mic.
No, it ain't. Why are you asking me, am I okay? If you okay?
I mean, you're just sitting in your chair.
And you be eating food like we at McDonald's.
Do I have the floor? Do I?
Yes, you do.
All I said there was mediation and
You
there were
told
people in rooms.
details
That's
of who
not
in what
confidential.
room and how many.
But
and
I am
what.
going to finish saying this.
Oh, go ahead. Order. Now say another word. You put your finger up here. You out of here. You out of here.
Mr. President, why is he still talking?
Because I got a mouth.
still
Why are
talking?
you still talking? I'm talking with her stupid stuff interrupting me, and he gonna say he ain't relevant because I'm talking about something that just relevantly happened. When he get loud, I'm gonna get louder. When they go low, I go lower.
I say a point of information.
We are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of shit.
Oh, she stole
I'm sick of your shit. Okay? Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have
You
my phone?
know. How's the kids? How's the kids? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
Assault. Fuck off,
my
Big
phone
Bird.
back.
Fuck
I'm
off,
gonna
Big
need my
Bird.
phone
You're
back,
a fucking
Joe.
bird.
You look 20 years older than me.
You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Boom. You're a fat fuck.
I'm gonna need my phone back, Joe.
Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need
Where's
my
your
phone back,
top
Joe.
lip? And oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Jill, can I please have my
Shut the fuck up. No one
Jill,
else.
can I have my phone back, please?
Can
Can I have my phone back, please, Jill?
Go ahead. Give him his phone.
I need my phone back, Jill. Don't you know I need my phone back? I need my phone back. Okay. Okay, so that just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart.
You have a great
You're a
heart.
prick. You're going to jail, and I cannot wait. And guess what? You're going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail.
I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you. You're just gonna die.
Okay, don't even worry about it. She's not worried. She's. This is a try. Just let her talk. Just let her talk. Just let her talk. Just let her talk.
You're the one yelling right
Just
now.
let her talk. Don't
Guess
even
what?
talk
He's cheating
back.
on
Don't
you.
even talk back. Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose?
I don't know.
Your teeth, you make fun of my teeth. Yours are chicken.
No, it's mostly your skin, but okay.
My skin, I
Yeah.
have wrinkles. I don't care.
Yeah,
Guess
I mean-
what? I stick up my feet. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up for you?
A bunch.
No, they don't like you.
They don't?
like
Okay,
you.
if you say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why anyone would want to tape you. Your behavior is normal. No one's harassing anyone. I'm just trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here?
Because I'm hungry. Because they serve food in here.
Why are you here to cause trouble?
Because I want food. Because when you're hungry, you eat food.
Why don't you just leave everyone alone?
I am. I'm just trying to eat food. Because I got assaulted by Jim Farris. We're walking out. Some people asked me to take pictures, and next thing you know, Jim Farris comes up to me and assaults me. You drove up here. Look at this shit. You're double parking. Because they killed John O'Keefe.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They obviously killed John O'Keefe. I was not there, but Colin was. I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Are you guys coming?
Like,
So
we'll see.
He got assaulted. He got assaulted again, and his phone was.
I mean, that's why Ryan said that he didn't see John O'Keefe was not in the car or outside the car.
Thank you.
Like, that's why he testified that. So, we got that on video, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We got. So.
You take me all you want. I don't care.
No, we're not going to tape.